Hello, hello, hello! How's it going, everybody? Happy Thursday, I do believe it is. If I am correct, that is the day that we are currently inside. What's up? How's it going, everybody? Uh-oh, we might have to relog. This happened to us before, so I think we might have to, yeah. Oh, wait, we're good. Okay. All right, we can live with that. Originally, when Eliza got up, it was all bones. It was all house bones and sky and nothing else. But how are we doing today, everybody? Is Eliza gonna wear this outfit for the umpteenth day in a row? Yes! And you phone call? Alright. Alright, I send the daily futility text. Okay. I'm surprised. Actually, I'm not surprised. I imagine just because the patterns have been Fridays, either they're gonna switch it up and do one today, or they're gonna do it tomorrow. How's it going, everybody? Hope you're having a good Thursday. My apologies for the late start. But we're gonna see what kind of shenanigans we can get into. But with that said, how's it going, everybody? I think while we have a brief moment, I want to, because I doubt anyone's gonna, you know, we could. We'll lemon list it, and if anyone calls Eliza, I'll be surprised. Okay, I think I want to, okay, so over the course of the past couple of weeks, I've tried to, and hopefully this doesn't crash my shit, I have tried to get all of the relevant bits and pieces that we have and just compile everything that's relevant into one spot. Like, of course we have the individual little collections that we can dink-donk around with, and this could certainly use a lot of tidying up, and there's probably chunks of stuff that we're missing. But there's a couple of things that I want to go over. I know that I want to, and it's gonna get a little messy, but I want to connect that. And it is getting a little extra messy, so I'll just do a little I'll just do a little scooching. Hell yeah, incredible stuff. So there's definitely better spots for some of these things, but this is what we've got for the time being. And I could delineate some of these a little bit better, of which this isn't particularly relevant, so I'm actually gonna move this. Because I think that the Badger satellites tie into the Faceless app hack. I really do. And at some point, I probably should add more of, like, the article's context to the Darkstone stuff. But the difficult thing with the Darkstone stuff is that our only context that we have is all anecdotal evidence, right? We don't really have anything physical to show other than, you know, a couple of crashed jets, the Merryweather hideout, which may or may not be relevant, who knows, and then the Jake Forrest MDT profile, of which there is 2 of them. One notates specifically oh shit.
Wait, is the Joshua guy that said? Let me call you back.
What? 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 Yeah, okay, all right. Okay. That might have been a misdial, chat. That might have been a misdial. Okay, so again, there's... Hello?
Eliza, where the fuck are you?
I'm somewhere safe right now. Where the fuck are you?
I'm living up north.
Okay, so you're here, you're safe.
Yeah, I just got, it's been a long fucking journey. I've been a prisoner on an island for 3 long years. 3 long years.
Yeah, I'm aware.
Did you flip? Are you a snitch now?
What do you think?
I hope not.
Do you legitimately think I would become a snitch?
Absolutely not. Never.
Okay, full transparency, I've only been snitching on Hassan.
Okay, well, let's not talk over the phone. Can you come up north when you have some free time? I'll ping you my location.
I actually do have free time right now.
All right, what's your number? I'll ping you.
All right, it is 224.
I see you soon. It's off the highway up north in Polito, just south of the gas station, the big one.
No fucking way you're at Dignity Village. Well, by the grace of crap.
What is that? What is that? What is Dignity Village? What is that?
Just a place that the Epsilon program, when I ran it, used to refurbish a lot. I'll be there.
All right.
That's kind of cool. All right, I think we have to... Huh. Do we... GPS tracker, Oh, it's dead! Well, we're good. All right, we're gonna take Eliza. Who do we take? We can take Cassie's vehicle and... Do we take Cassie's car? Do we? No. I don't think we take Cassie's car. Okay, say, the fact that the GPS tracker is out of batteries is very beneficial. And the odds that Brian Knight reaches out to Eliza pretty low, because he's a pretty busy guy, right? Okay, I'm gonna check on you later. There's probably gonna be nothing there, but... Oh. Hello in Kiflam.
Hello in Kiflam. How are you?
About as good as any of us. How are you today?
Catching up on what's been going on.
Mm.
Would you be able to meet up?
Not right now, as I
Okay.
am a bit in the middle of something, but hopefully it
No
proves
problem.
fruitful, and I can share with you a little bit later.
All right. Have I missed anything? Anything posted that I've missed? I've been kind of asleep for like 2 days.
Oh, I see. As far as I know, the marshals have been super busy, so I've been a teeny bit out of the loop myself.
Okay.
But, you know, work it where you can get it, I guess.
Oh, there's a new video. Okay.
Oh, yeah, I would,
Fuck.
yeah.
All right.
I
Read
guess
that
that
or watch
was
that.
within the past couple of days. I don't know why my brain was thinking it was last week.
That's okay. Time is weird, right?
Time is exceptionally weird. I agree.
All right. Yeah. Let me know what's going on. I can I'll meet up with you. I can do it in disguise in a different vehicle as well.
Excellent. I'll let you know when I'm free. Probably. I'm not gonna give you a timeline because I'll be honest, I'm going to be made a fool of by the fates if I try to say anything from like 20 minutes.
No problem.
But we'll speak soon.
All right. Be safe.
Alright,
Do you need anything else? Any cash,
no.
food?
Right now, I am more than well situated. I appreciate
Okay,
it.
perfect. All right. I'll talk to you in a bit.
All right, bye.
Bye.
Hell yeah, Dignity Village! Can you let me pass you? Let me pass you! How about this super inconspicuous vehicle? How about this super inconspicuous vehicle? This vehicle's so inconspicuous. Oh god, I didn't realize it would be so slow though. At least the vehicle's so slow that we can't get tagged for speeding. Chat, I need to wake up. I'm so tired. Even though I guess waking up isn't, I don't know, like when you've been awake for a while and you're still tired, like when you've been awake for a handful of hours plus, right? And you're still tired, are you still allowed to say, oh, I'm still waking up? Because the nuances of the English language don't quite capture that. Sure, why not? Okay, we could. Okay, I think. Alright, why are you parking there, huh? Freaky ass. We'll ask. Oh, okay, thank you, Brian. Okay, now the question is, do we get fucking bulldozed? Alright. Let's presume that they're probably going to be super fuck-ass paranoid. So, let's be chill. I am right outside. Wanted to check in before I just.
Oh yeah, come on, come on.
Right.
Don't bring the car though. If it's a car that emits gas, you gotta walk inside.
I parked it somewhere else, and I do not look myself. Right. I'll see you shortly.
Bye.
Hello?
Ah, hello, and good day unto you, Alfonso.
Oh my god. Is that what I think it is?
Precisely such. Well, as long as you think it's
Hello, Eliza.
Oh my god, Eliza.
Jesus fuck, Eliza, what are you wearing? You go to a rave?
That's my disguise. I'm a DJ.
Let's go inside, come on.
I'm gonna grab some notebooks, I'll be back.
Thank you.
Holy
shit,
really
Eliza.
Soup this place up, huh?
Oh yeah, work in progress.
Hold on, just go inside. I'll be there in a sec.
All right.
How
are you?
It's excellent to see that you are well.
It's so good to see you. Oh my god.
I'm about as well as any of us can be. I'll have to say I've certainly gotten the lucky end of the stick in many ways. Wow, they
just in here.
Really shoot. Oh.
Yeah, it's a little commune now.
No, it's beautiful. It used to be a tent city up here. Myself and I would drag volunteers from New Epsilon up here to do renovations on the structures. It's really nice to see that someone took up the mantle and really finished the job.
Yeah, it's early days, but we're getting there. Just planning things out.
It's as good a place as any. think the only downside is that you might get some
What?
interesting characters up here. Like Joshua. Skip!
Hello.
By the stars in the sky, it is wonderful to see you, and you too, Bjorn.
Hello, what up?
You as well. You look badass.
Oh, thank you. And Nancy! I'll have to say you partially inspired this disguise.
So happy you're
Wow.
back, Eliza.
It's good to see you, Eliza.
It is excellent to see you all, indeed.
Eliza, what the fuck? Where have you been?
Incredibly long story short. I ended up needing extensive surgery by virtue of what happened in Cleveland. Needed my lung replaced. I was basically a worthless worm that couldn't even sit up on their own. So
Never compare
some of
yourself
that,
to Nancy. Come on.
metaphorically, marshals took pity on me, offered me protection because they think on multiple levels I am still a target for the faceless, so they offered me a safe house and ride-alongs, basically. Undercover, of course. Now have some officers that found out, yapped to just about everyone else about my current situation? Yes. Am I forging forth with it regardless? Also yes.
Who the hell is this? Get the fuck out of here.
Whoa!
You just barging in, boy?
Why?
Where
Gotta
have you
find
been,
you.
Harry?
I'm on a private meter right now.
I'll wait outside.
Thank you. Who else is here? You can come inside then. If it's just you, it's fine. All right, so, I mean, fuck. Did you learn anything important? Like, anything to talk about? People think you're working for the marshals?
Do people think I'm working for the marshals? Probably.
The worst reputation you can have. Just ask Clark.
That is certainly true. People probably think that, but, you know, am I going to let that deter me from what I'm doing? No.
Well, what are you doing? What are your plans?
Well, my plans are to continue and see what insight I can get.
You think that's a good idea?
Think it's the best idea I have. I'll admit I originally did it and allowed them to place a tracker on me, which is now defunct. I would not wear a 3D tracker anywhere near where you guys would be seeking refuge. But with the hopes that if I did get kidnapped, it would at least lead us in a direction to where you all are. So, at least that aspect of my intentions is now moot. Delightfully so.
Really? Okay.
Truth be told, didn't really have a whole lot other options, and they seemed, while not particularly tasteful, the most viable option. I'd ask how you all made your grand getaway, but
Yeah. It was a long story for another fucking day, honestly.
understandable.
Good to see you alive, though.
Glad to see you all alive.
Yeah. Yeah. We tried to get to you, but, you know, that's pretty much how it all started, if I remember correctly, right? You were in the hospital, we tried to save her, and we all got shot down and some shit or blown up by APC.
Now, they
What
had
happened,
to-
right, Sam?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's the last time we've seen you.
You had to get a
Holy
lung
shit, that was so
transplant,
long ago.
Odds are they probably
it's a month and a
wouldn't have
half
released
it's
me
been,
with
right?
any ease.
Well,
It's been a long time.
well, we've given up on the war. We're not fighting no more.
Some well-deserved peace.
Yeah. Just prepping for doomsday now, really.
I'm gonna make soups.
So, incredible.
Inevitable collapse of Los Santos is coming, and we're getting ready for it. While everybody spends all their time and effort fighting useless war for the marshals, we're just going to prepare amass water, food, anything else we can think of, and get ready to disperse it in mass quantities for resources once the time comes.
based off of everything that I've seen, experienced, and the puzzle pieces I'm putting together, I sincerely believe that is the best and only option we have. Not to be defeatist, but this is a war that has already been won. And there will come a time, and this is a bit of a theory, but walk with me here. There will come a time where they will do a grander scale recreation of what they did with Nest Construction when the City Hall blew up. One of their own assets, Silas Marino, blew the thing up, and they had Nest Construction come in and fix everything and be the heroes. I legitimately think that's what they're going towards.
Really? Damn.
And the best option we have now is to prepare ourselves to rebuild after the fact. Because the damage has already been done. The populace is already demotivated. Law enforcement is barely capable of staying caught up. And these institutions, these pillars of society, were crumbling already. So what better way to clear the way for a new paradigm, as it were? This new world that they've been bragging about. Best thing we can do is find a way to not be under their yoke when the time comes. Those are my thoughts right now, at least.
Well, I mean, you're 100% correct. This war has been over. Everyone fighting is wasting their time, and that's why we're choosing not to waste ours. Well, I mean, we've wasted a ton of it already, but a little time we do have left anyways.
Of course.
So, you're more than welcome to join us, but you have to cut ties with all the marshals. So if you're still deep doing whatever the fuck you're doing with them, I suggest wrap that up before you come down here. I gotta take a piss.
I appreciate that greatly. I do still believe that there is, I'm trying to think of a metaphor that isn't disgusting, but I think there's still more to be milked from my given situation.
Marshals?
Mm-hmm.
What are you trying to get?
There's a cop here. There's a cop outside. Why? Got lights.
Why?
I don't know.
I'll go talk to him.
We're on parole. We'll talk.
Yeah, we're fine.
Okay. Yeah, I had, past tense, a GPS tracker on me, but the batteries ran out and I threw it away, so...
Yeah, I believe you.
And I made sure no one followed me here. I used my own vehicle as opposed to any of the vehicles that I've been lent.
Have you had any contact with your old stalker, Joshua, recently?
Yeah.
He's now begun his creeping ways on Nancy as well. And us.
Stalkers.
So did he live here?
Yes. It didn't look like this the last time. It was a while ago.
When did you last hear from him?
2 days ago.
What did he say to you?
It's some very cryptic stuff I don't quite understand.
Hello?
Dude, you can't just run in here. We live here.
Get out!
Leave. Oh, God.
Like, at least be chill.
I know.
Well, I'll tell you what I told Nancy. The less attention you give him, the less he will contact you.
Oh,
Although it will take ages, especially for you. But I recommend not picking up the phone.
Oh, for certain. I did not recognize either of the numbers, but it is perhaps prudent that I give them to you. He has a secondary personality called, Delman, who, whether this is an act that he puts on or otherwise, but he behaves like a sleeper agent.
Delman.
Mm-hmm.
Don't
He's
tell
a-
anything to Nancy.
Oh.
Well, no, I
What?
kind of need
What
to
y'all
know
doing?
because
What y'all
otherwise
doing?
I'm going to
What
get an
y'all doing?
unknown number and
Oh,
they'll tell Delman.
Giving them a heads up about a potential issue.
Oh God.
It's already become an issue.
Yeah. He is also a CI, I learned, to one
Oh,
of the
great.
marshals.
Wonderful.
I believe he speaks with Skylar Sparks quite, pretty consistently.
So the guy now stalking us is a CI for the fucking cops.
Mm-hmm. Apparently he's been one for quite a while. It is what it was one of the people snitching on Cleveland. Wow. Or sorry, not Cleveland.
Guys, I don't want to waste any more energy on this
Of
guy.
course.
Can I get a knife or a gun, please? I'm about to kill somebody.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Perfect. Oh, I just need one.
Well, we need to go down to the city and talk to a guy and get some fucking weapons.
Oh, no, I got Tom coming down here right now. I'm about to slit his throat.
Oh, wonderful. Let me watch.
Oh, I want to see this so bad.
Who?
Who?
Eliza, were you at my bail hearing?
Yes.
I thought that was you.
Yeah, I got Tom coming down here right now. I'm about to kill him, though.
I'd love
Hey,
to
why
see
you just
that.
in all black? Oh, there he is. There he is. I see him.
Oh, is he here already?
Yeah, on top of the hill. You see him? Oh, it's like skipping.
That's
Oh, never
good.
mind.
You thought that was all?
There's something wrong with black? What's up?
No, you just went from like homeless Santa Claus to all black now.
Tom like T-O-M?
Well, yeah, I went from the Santa Claus to cardigan to all black. Yes.
Gonna talk or what, Harry?
Yeah, have you got time?
Yeah, you got your gun on you? Fuck, I was gonna say what. Oh, you don't know. Just when Tom pulls up.
Sab, you didn't head over to the store yet, right?
No, I did not.
Okay, okay.
The cops came in here. They did like a check because somebody got hurt apparently, and they said they're gonna come back with more cops to do another welfare check. So, be mindful of that.
Well, it's just Harry here that has to worry, right?
Yeah.
Harry thinks he's good. He said he like broke parole and then it like he got sent up and it was just done. It sounds like he might be good. So it might only be Tony.
Yeah, true. I don't actually think he's wanted on the MDT, is he?
No, he's not wanted. So I think it should be only Tony now.
I can't believe I got 20 years of parole. Y'all got 10. Just the hatred that Brian Knight gave me,
I
man.
got 5.
That motherfucker, man. He really, really just wanted. Fuck.
Call me. Once you got an idea for the fucking boat shit, really make him believe like you're about to fucking fulfill all his dreams and get his
Alright.
ass down here now.
Is there gonna be problems for you if the cops come down here?
Uh,
Like, are they under the impression you're not maintaining contact with us?
I should
Because you can always hide
probably-
inside,
Yeah, I should probably do such.
or you can, you know, dip if you want.
Hey, Tom. Yeah. Come down to the village.
I really just want to
We'll
see
soon.
this guy die.
This is,
So, we're talking about building village.
Cleveland, Tom, yes?
I
Okay,
think so. I don't know any other Toms, so I would
We
presume.
can do on the side.
Mm.
Come to the train tracks then.
We're doing this right
Unfortunate.
as the cops are coming here, so that's an interesting
Yeah,
choice.
It is a choice.
Which one?
Shit, that might break the rule.
Yeah,
You're gonna
like-
make me on a wheelchair go to a gas station? Are you
will,
serious
but,
right now?
You know.
Let's go to the gas station.
Why?
I'll go.
Who is it you don't like? Okay, I'll have them clear out camp. How about that? That'd be easier for you? They're leaving. Of course. Yeah, of course. Yeah, come down here. I'm getting them out of here. I'll get them out of here. Just come down here, right? I'll see you soon. All right, Tom does not want to see any of you. So could you guys go hide inside the warehouse soon?
Wait, any of us, including Lang?
Yeah.
But isn't he under, like, last I checked, weren't
I hope,
him and
I hope
Lang,
they
like,
don't kill
boys?
him! Don't
Like,
kill
didn't
my
he think that
goat!
he was doing
He'll
all
perma
this
for
and
real!
getting
I don't
hyped
know.
up
He
by
said
Lang?
I hate the people at your village, is what he said. So he wasn't being specific, but he said I hate those
I
people.
did hurt his feelings, so it's understandable. Yeah, we'll have.
Right.
Let's hide in here.
I feel like we're at the kids' table.
Alright, guys, I'm gonna need all hands on deck for this soup kitchen.
Yeah.
If there is going to be stuff going down, I should probably make myself scarce.
Yes.
But if
Yeah,
we
absolutely.
have a chance to speak a little later, I would be much obliged.
Anytime you want, I am open to chat. It's very good to see you again.
It is incredible to see you all upright. Stay safe and let me know if you need anything, all right?
You too, Eliza.
Stay safe.
Everybody inside?
Yes, everyone's inside. I'm going to, make myself scarce, but
Well, we're here. You know where to find us.
there's, much to discuss, but at another time with less ears.
Yeah. Come by anytime.
There's a lot that Eliza wants to talk about, but not with everyone in that room. Unfortunately. Damn, they really souped this place up! Took away all of our anti-capitalist messaging though, Sag. Remember the hours we used to spend up here, Chad? It looks different. It's different now. Yeah.
Everything good, Eliza?
I'm gonna make myself scarce, but hopefully we'll have a chance to catch up a bit later.
Okay, listen. There's a place for you here, okay? We can find peace.
I appreciate it.
Of course. Good luck to you.
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of want to be a nosy neighbor a little bit. I want to be nosy a little bit. I want to be nosy. Okay. We do have to get food, but I also want to kind of eavesdrop a little bit. Man, I hope they give Tom another chance. Don't do nothing to my goat Smokey. If that's the Tom we're thinking of. Listen, does he deserve to get stabbed? Yes. But do I want him to get stabbed? No. Yeah, he's not. You know, what if they just do, you know, an eye for an eye, a hand for a hand? What if they just do that? That's reasonable. No! Don't do it! Don't kill him! Honestly, We kind of want to... It's tricky because we do want to keep working the Marshall angle, but they're so busy that it might kind of get decided for her. Oh, wait. Did they go inside already and I was yapping too much? God damn it. That's innocuous enough. Duke is CJ. Duke, short for Marduk. Yeah, my Duchess. Yeah, my Duchess. I guess we could go and get Cassie's car instead. Do we do that? I think we do that instead, actually. I think we do that instead. 'Cause it's faster. Better not do nothing to my guy Tom. She's a Duke and Lang is a princess. Nitreo! Hi! Oh my god. Icon, legend. Okay, let's get Eliza some food and water. This is the fastest that this vehicle has ever gone. I know it was iconic. It was like, cause Carla was like the only one that didn't go to jail, right? Carla was the only one that was around that hadn't gone to prison. Cause I think it was, I'm trying to remember, it might have been one of the breaks we had to take. How's Eliza? What's going on with the Babylonians? Nitreo? So much. So much. Eliza's low-key undercover with the marshals. Kind of not really, because it's like obviously Eliza, but when she's riding along with them, she's in a disguise. Alright. A lioness. She is. Now that was so fun. That just feels like 8 lifetimes ago now. Hell yeah. There's so much Eliza has to talk to CJ about, and one could argue it's information that Eliza could share with a couple of people, but there's some that Eliza is exercising extra caution about. Simply by virtue of not knowing, like, what it... Like, here's the thing. Eliza's taking a gamble that neither CJ or Lang got brainwashed over there, right? Because they've been through so much. Nancy was having pretty frequent contact with Charlie before everything. So that's something we have to be cautious about. Skipper and Bajorn... Eliza doesn't really have that kind of relationship with them, so caution. Eliza does not trust Harry, even if he is playing the faceless side to help out Lang. And Eliza's cautious about Alfonso. Just 'cause. So I think... Was there anyone else there? No, that was all of them. While it would be a sense of comfort and security for Eliza to join that group, she's still poking her nose into things, and I don't know if she would want to track that mud inside, if you know what I'm saying. Oh! Oh! Okay. Her car's out. Okay. Either that or... Okay. Ooh! Unless it got parked somewhere else. Actually, wait. Let's make sure Eliza still has keys. Okay, Eliza still has keys. Okay. Alright, so no to that car. Good to know. Probably should have figured that out before we came back here, but I digress. We should have plenty of time. We won't pass out before we get there. Hell yeah. This is the high octane RP we're here for. Running back and forth between garages. Ew, ew, ew. Okay, senior pets time. I don't think Eliza has any other vehicles that are not locked. But then again, it 100% makes sense that it would be locked. So there's no sense in trying to unlock something that's locked. You know what I'm saying? You want me to actually? Yeah! Let's go that way. Should Eliza change? Probably. Are we still wearing this because I'm obsessed with this outfit? Yeah.
Are you militia?
No. I was just
Oh,
lent
shit.
this car.
It's
like
pretty
your truck.
bitch.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, even more reason Eliza should get a different car.
Hey,
Oh,
my
yeah.
friend said the wind caught my voice. I said your truck's pretty bitchin'. I hope that's what you heard, because
Oh.
I don't know if the wind caught my...
Oh, yeah, I did hear that. Thank you.
Yeah, fuck you, Julio. You're gaslighting me. Have a good day.
Was that Irish? What did he think? Dre heard, you're a bitch. Excuse me. Oh. I thought that was a plane for a second. I got so nervous. Chat. I was so worried. I thought that was a plane. No, it's just the server giving us the gift of a semi-trailer. I should say semi-tractor. Oh. I am so sorry.
No, you're all good. You're all good. You okay?
I'm
need any
perfectly
EMS?
fine. I should have
Alright.
checked my rear view. I'm so sorry.
No worries. No worries. You're all good. You're all good.
Oh god. Oh god. We need to go up north. We need to go up north. Well, if anything, we know this thing can pit like a tank. Because it's built like a tank. D does stand for dumbass. That is true. The D is for dumbass. Eliza drone strike Stellano. Ooh, are there people working at the restaurant today? It'd be very nice if there were people working at the restaurant today. Because we need food! Yeah, that's a good way to park. Good job. Good job, 10 out of 10. Let's just hope no one's looking for someone to kidnap for a bank job. Is that... Might be too shiny to be a Marshall car. Oh, hello.
Hello, can you speak up?
Oh, yeah, sorry. I'm feeling a little under the weather.
No, you're gone. How's it going?
Is it possible if I could get 3 combos, please?
Sure. Swipe it there.
Oh, thank you. Slash me hints at. Ooh! For only 2,000? Okay.
Here you go. Enjoy.
Oh, thank you so much. You take care now.
You too. Have a wonderful day.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Okay, we'll do this. We'll give Andy a call. Ooh, and I think I should close out of sitting in. Does that say no? Eliza dumbass Stellano. Pardon me. One second, chat. Okay. Sorry, chat. Thank you for your patience. Pardon me. Okay, wait, never mind. One second. Okay, I have to go take care of something really quick. I'm so sorry, chat. So quiet. Did my cloud extender just shit the bed? Pardon me. All right, let's have a little snack. So many cars here, but no one in Senior Buns. Curious. Hell yeah. Andy? Oh, Andy's busy. Okay. So, Andy gave us 20K. We could look into a cheap car, but I don't know anything that's like cheap, you know what I'm saying? And we gotta be smart about our money spendage. If we can get a cheap, but... Oh, Cassie. Hello and good day unto you, Cassie.
Hi, Chris. Hey. I'm just calling, seeing how you're doing, making sure you're okay.
I am actually quite well on this day. I hope things aren't too avalanche-like busy for you all.
It's always busy. It's always busy.
I can barely imagine. But all in all, I am doing quite well. Thank you very much for asking.
Good, I'm glad. Do you need anything?
At the present moment, no. I am at my leisure. If you all need anything from me, Otherwise, I'll keep my head ducked down and stay out of trouble.
Good, good. That's what I like to hear. Sorry, I'm currently rage baiting Riker.
Oh,
Um,
understandable.
I'm like running in circles trying to pick me up.
I see.
Oh, that's funny. That's funny. You know, like on Great Ocean Highway underneath the pier? How when you get on foot, you can just run over walls and cars can't follow you?
Oh!
Yes. 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 He's so mad at me.
Incredible stuff. I imagine I can do a check-in and see if I am. I guess now is a decent time to ask if I am, not a burden. If it is necessary that I find other accommodations, I will take no insult from that at
No,
all.
you're good. You're good. You can stay. You're chilling.
All right,
Yeah,
excellent.
you're fine.
Well, at any rate, I appreciate the check-in, and I really do hope you're keeping well, all things considered.
I am. I am. Thank you.
Oh, of course.
Apparently we gotta go, but I don't believe him.
Well, if you have things you have to do.
I don't know. I'm rage baiting him right now. Successfully, might I add. Successfully.
Was that Tony?
Fuck, who's this? Oh my gosh. I gotta go.
Okay.
There's people.
Okay,
bye-bye. Bye. You too, bye.
Fucking Heisenberg.
Oh, hello.
Oh, hello. What is that?
Work here. Would you be able to sell me a car real quick if you do?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
I do work here. Could you sell me a car if you do?
I do not work here.
Darn.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, good.
Yes,
Oh, good.
Heisenberg. But I hope you're able to find someone who can help you.
Yeah, I'll probably call someone down here. No worries. Let me see what this
I'm
car
trying to think.
is real
I think
quick.
that PD tow guy sells cars. Don't take my word for it, though. I think his name is Jacob or something.
All right. I'll see if he's around.
Alright, cheers.
What the rest of your day?
My day. I'll be honest, I can't complain too much. You know. I'll be honest, I don't hear you. Okay. A prairie, reasonable. A weevil, oh wait, yeah, we already looked at that. Okay, so a weevil is an option, an ingot is an option. Just so we have something. Just something cheaper than dirt is what we're looking for. Honestly, a Seminole might be the way to go, but we do have to be thoughtful about our budget. Which, that's not gonna be an option. That's not gonna be an option. A bobcat for only 6K? That's not too shabby. Because I think people can still ride in the back if need be. Now, how good it drives is a whole other question. But it's something, you know? Or a dune loader? Huh, for 6K? A dune loader for 6K is not too shabby. Huh. Ha ha ha. But yeah, I doubt, I don't think we even have the budget. Oh, wait, we could get a BMX for like $1,000. There's no way in burger flipping hell we're gonna be able to afford a bike, Sag. Oh, well. Because Andy only, yeah, Andy gave us 20K. I don't think we should blow the majority of our budget that we need for food on a vehicle, though. I think we'll have to stick with our incredibly conspicuous militia vehicle for the time being. I think that'll be the way to go. Okay, we should get out of the south side at least. That'd be a smart move until we know where Andy wants to meet. Maze Bank, bad idea, because on account of the, you know, the satellites. You know, it'll also give us a chance to go over our notes too, so that works out pretty nicely. Okay, we just need to find a relatively neutral spot to park our keysters. Because I think it's going to be a teeny bit of a waiting game today. And I think Eliza is going to use her conversation with CJ to gauge what the next moves are, because as fun as the Marshall ride-alongs have been, they have significantly dried up. Like, they've really dried up. So, wait. Do we want to park our keysters here? This kind of feels like it might be a little too public. I didn't think this through. Yeah, the well's pretty, it's pretty dry, and I think it's, like, it's no fault to them, right? I think they're just so busy that Eliza, take this as you will, chat. Eliza's no longer the exciting thing, so she's not gonna be a priority, if you know what I mean. Like, she doesn't objectively have an active threat against her. Actually, we could go to... Does anyone fuck around La Spada? Because if no one fucks around La Spada... The Viceroy. Oh, wait, is it... La Spada? Oh, wait, no, we shouldn't be in this area because this is where those guys are, and we don't. I don't think Eliza wants to mess with that. Okay, we gotta think. Okay. Cassie said she was at the pier, so why would we go to the pier? I mean, we could go to, you know, we could park by the cemetery. Movie Star Way feels like it might be a little too popular. Actually, I'll go forward. Because I think this is where we have to go anyways. think if we park... over here, we'll be relatively obscured by the vegetation. As goofy as that thought process is. Yeah, extra garb. Also, Eliza knows that there's more stuff that they have that they just simply haven't told her. So... let me... Eliza should be... Hold on. Okay, we're good. Okay, I still have you up. Okay. So... I'm trying to fit everything into one panel, but it's just so much. And I think there's different ways that we could probably organize this a bit better. Because when I first started making this timeline, it started with just faceless stuff, and I'm like, oh, wait, it would probably be better if it was a more comprehensive timeline. So there's some bits and pieces missing. Like, this is just the archivists. And this is, like, a mixture of fire starters, faceless, etc. So... I don't know if it's useful to have archivists separate, but it is kind of nice to be able to see it all in one spot. To some degree. But I think we can confidently say, based off of... the evidence that we have here, which I know that the Oracle twats are... It's incomplete. It's simply incomplete, because I know that there's a couple that we just don't have record of, and that is fine. There's probably a better spot for this FIB piece, because that connects to this, potentially, right, because FIB... And I'll do that. Hell, it might even be smarter to connect that to that. It would make a little more sense. I should probably... Let me get rid so it's a little more obvious. Because that's the thematic line that it's connected to. So... Ian being someone that worked with the FIB is supported by several bits of information and evidence that we have. Notably, this passage from Roman's diary that is associated with talking about Mr. White. I feel like that might be probably a little more potent than we may have thought of in the first place. The fact that Ian helped the marshals find Amanda when she went to Black Ridge. He is referenced in this FIB note. And could possibly be the one that was behind the FIB ciphers that were happening, like, late 2024, early 2025. So that's what I'm starting to think. That places him not squarely, because again, we don't have any concrete evidence, but we have enough to support our red line theory here. Then we have concrete evidence that he is an inspector with Wolves International by virtue of is it this one? Emily Hart, Ian Crawford. Yes, so I'm actually going to take you and bring you up here. Even though I guess it would make more sense if that actually went. No, that's... Okay, that's what I should do. Okay, I'll do this, and then I'm gonna... Oh, damn it. Oh, wait, no! Here, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna take this one. I'm gonna delete it. And then I'm gonna take this one and put it back here. Okay, life is good. It's such a fucking mess. Oh, wait. And now that's in the way! Okay, I'll scooch you... Oh, no. Wait, I need you to... Oh, no. Now it's out of line! No! If I could be IRL friends with any NoPixel character, who would it be? Ooh, who would I get along with the most? Actually, it's gonna be like Vibes General Energy. If I could be IRL friends with any NoPixel character. There's so many. I feel like IRL, I would vibe pretty well with Moose Knuckles, all things considered. I feel like Moose Knuckles encapsulates a lot of qualities of people that I'm, like, friends with IRL. It's kind of funny. It's one of those characters where he, like, legitimately reminds me of a couple of people that I'm really close friends with. So I'm like, logically, that would make sense, right? Either him or a, ooh. Honestly, Hazel. I think I'm just, like, thinking about it, like, realistically. Either that or, like, a... Actually, you know what? I would definitely be friends with Jeremy in real life. It's gonna be running from the gambit anywhere from, like, Jeremy, the EMS. Because I do have friends IRL like Jeremy. Or... like Moose Knuckles. I have a couple of friends that are like not in the presentation, not in the way that they dress, but in the general way that they behave. I think like though like it's like the three categories. Like Hazel, Moose Knuckles, Jeremy. I think those are in general, the kind of people that I spend most of the time with. But... Alright, non-creative arts friends, that would be the circle. But honestly, with the mutual murder aside, people like Diego and Ashton, I would also probably... would I be friends IRL with them? No, I'll leave it at that. I'll leave it at that. Okay, so... FIB, pretty solid tie. Confident tie. Wolves International, definitive tie. Darkstone, loose tie. Island, faceless, loose tie. So we have one that we are 100% confident in. Another that we are relatively confident in. Right? We feel like we have enough puzzle pieces to point in that direction. And then a couple others that are all anecdotal evidence. We don't have anything physical or visual that we can tie as definitive evidence connecting him to these things. Now, Archivist, Craig Barrett, Lucian Farthus, Faceless, power outages, la 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 la. We could pull some of the Chronicle articles over here, just so we have it all in one spot. Same thing with Ligara, because I think we have more Ligara articles that we can pull over here. But that's basically all we have, and we know, based off of what Brian has said, that they do have more definitive physical evidence that we just simply haven't seen. I think in regards to... Alright, where... That's Victor Blackwell. I don't think... Yeah, we haven't found any Roman Gray stuff in the MDT still. But the Oracle did give Brian Knight info on that. Ooh, what? I'll make you purple. Just so I remember. Because he did give Brian Knight... I'm not gonna write actually, I'm gonna write a note. It's gonna look messy, but I'm gonna write a note. Gave Brian Knight document about Black Ridge. About Black Ridge / Darkstone. Now, it'll be a little bit messy because of... Actually, I guess I could just scooch this over here. Probably would make a lot more sense if we... Actually, let's... Can I grab this part of the tail? Yes, I can! Okay. Good shit. Okay, so I'm gonna actually have you scoot your keister here. Alright, it's gonna be a little messy, but this is the best we got right now, because I don't know how else to organize this. I think, actually, if I wanted to be smart, I could just grab this and scooch this to the other side! I'm so smart. I'm so fucking smart. And we ended up having a lot more Wolves International stuff than I expected. So I ended up kind of just truncating Nest and Nest construction under the same umbrella. Now, something I do want to get into a little more is the connection of all of Lang's former associates to all of this. Because I think that is something we can't overlook. And I'm wondering if I should probably group it over here. I'm debating whether I should group it over here with the Falcon stuff. Because, you know... Or group it over here with, like, the Guild Lang stuff. Which... that we should connect to that. I think I'm gonna... I don't know if that's yellow already. It is! Okay, I just can't see. Because there's so... I've got so much shit on me, I can't breathe! Okay, let's... I'm trying to think if there's anything else useful. Because this is all we have on Ian Crawford. Like we have info on some of his vehicles, but that's about it. Let me think. Because I haven't even included anything about the marshals in here. Like, there's so much about assets in general that I have in a separate spreadsheet that I don't know if it's gonna clutter things up too much if we port it into this. I think there's high potential of it getting too messy, because it's... Like, it's already struggling and wheezing a little bit to even load this in. Oh, damn. I don't know why my volume has been goofy, because I'll be honest, chat, in my OBS, it shows that it's maxing out into the red, so... I don't know if it's because... I'll be honest, I have air running right now because it's so fucking hot where I am. I don't know if that's messing with any of my settings. I don't know if it's just you, because with some of the clips that I've posted on YouTube, I've had people commenting about the volume, and I'm like, I don't know why it's being like that. I'm gonna be so honest. Huh. It's so funny, Lang just standing there and asking Eliza, like, hey, what did you learn? Da-da-da-da-da, what's going on? And Eliza being like, I want to tell you a lot. I don't want the rest of the people in here to hear. Okay, I'm going to turn my air off and see if that helps at all. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna close it. Oh, an unknown number. How good. Oh my god, yay! Hello in Kithlam.
Kiflam to you too. Holy shit.
Oh!
Yeah, Jesus. I texted you the other day. That was a very Kiflam of you for hanging up on me.
It wasn't.
And then you call me back when my phone's in an evidence bag. It's a problem.
Well, how was I supposed to know it wasn't evidence? I do apologize.
It's all right. How are you?
About as well as any of us can be. I'm very glad to hear from you. I hope you're well.
Yeah, glad to hear from you too. Man, things are fucked, huh?
Yeah, that's the most succinct way to put it, I believe.
Yeah.
You sound jovial.
Yeah, it's like a weight's been lifted off my shoulders, really. The only bad thing now is I'm stuck in prison with Carmela, but that's it.
Oh, how
Bye, Harry! Yeah, that's about it.
Well, I hope you are well. Otherwise.
I am well. Let me call you back.
No worries. Alright, hold on. I already closed my obsidian. Huh? Oh, thank you. But no thank you. Chat, it's Bobby! Hell yeah. I don't want this to get too cluttered, so I think I'm gonna keep it the way it is. Actually. I think I might actually... Man, now Operation Epsilon is throwing me off because... I think McAllister was right about it being associated with a separate... a whole separate thing. That makes a lot more sense than what we had before. Okay. We can do this, and then we can actually just shift this over. Is it ideal? No. Is it what we got? Yes. And I think this we can actually shrink down a bit more. That we can make smaller. This, I don't even know if any of that, how much of this is even relevant anymore. Huh. Okay, nothing is immediately. Huh. You know, since this is an old note, we'll keep it here. Chat, remember when we were going down the rabbit hole about the fucking... about the horse? Wait! Did we ever have a famine note? Hold on. Hold on. Because this is kind of interesting. Do we have... Let's see. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Wait, from our old notes... It is kind of funny that when we were spiraling about the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, chat, this is from like fucking 2024 or like early 2025. Where, old Eliza notes. Okay, not that. Maybe it's... Maybe it's under our retired category? No. Oh, wait, yeah. Okay, so this is gonna be... I think... Yeah, this is all so old. Hopefully at one point we'll be able to recycle all of this so I can get a modicum of my life back. But this is what happens when you just slowly add stuff over the course of a couple years. Okay, I think I can actually, for the sake of tightening things up a little bit, I'll keep this on the same level because this is from the Faceless app, but we didn't really... I guess we could take a screenshot of the different videos, but we just have that right now because I didn't want it to get too messy. I should probably stick you, like, right there. Huh. I mean, I don't know what scooching that over a teeny bit does, but makes it a little easier. Alright, at least we can get it to fit within the scope of a single quotation mark screenshot, if need be. Because I think earlier on when I was compiling this, it was just like all over the fucking place. Now, is there a more succinct way to organize this? No. There isn't. There absolutely is not. Let me think. trying to think. Andy still hasn't gotten back to us. Brian and Cassie checked in on us. But that was about it. I'm kind of just looking at the wide swath of things. So we don't have, just by virtue of Eliza just not being clued in on things, we don't have anything from October of 24 or November of 24. We know October 13th, 2024 is when things allegedly started. Right? Like, that's what we know. The evil that men do lives after them. The good is oft interred with their bones. I should probably, do I want to keep that there? I think I'm going to keep that there, but I might make it a little... I'll just keep it this size. Because it's the most succinct way I can have certain notes down without having to explicitly line it out. Okay. So I think we can confidently say, based off of the handwriting matches, etc. Roman Gray is the Oracle. Now, what does STTWC stand for? That is something we're still trying to crack. Now, the Oracle hit that Kiflam as a warning, presumably. And, ooh, this. More than you know, they are watching. So, maybe they weren't able to find anything with the Epsilon satellites because it is a part of a different network of surveillance. Right? It's not a part of the other network that they were looking at. There are other interesting things too, which there are so many little things that are missing, but I'll probably get to them another time because they're all so small and fiddly. Like, little bits and pieces such as Ian Crawford meeting with McAllister on the Legion Square building, but not saying anything. I guess that's something we could just... Right, like we could put little bits and pieces like that in here. Hmm. There is so much to talk to CJ and potentially Leg about. Holy. We don't have anything on here about Brandon potentially being Charlie's replacement, but I don't want this section to get more muddy than it already is. I think, just so I can stay focused, Ian should be the focus. I don't think Andy has called Eliza back yet. Nor mumbles. Everyone's just having a hey, it's a busy Thursday. Trying to think. Now, like I said before, we have things that we know are incontrovertibly true. We're gonna pretend that the helicopter is nothing to worry about. I think there's only so much we can do. So, we are gonna do this. Wait, that was an hour ago? Shut the fuck up. Okay, good shit. Andy's busy. Bobby's bobbying. Fedoras are still banned at the casino. Idris Fest. Like for Idris Elba? Even more reason for Eliza to get a different vehicle. The Faceless took our gifts. No! Okay. We're gonna sit tight until... Okay, Gareth Graves. Now that is a very interesting individual. I don't know if he has completely clocked out. In regards to Whisper stuff, which that makes sense. Very much so. Because he was one of Halen's confidants at one point. And was one of the people on Halen's list. But he has, except for one meeting that they had no contact with Eliza. So either he's been kind of working in the shadows and whatnot, still doing stuff, or he has cut off everything. Trying to think. I believe that Depending on how a conversation with CJ and Alfonso goes, we might have to pivot what we've been doing because this path has very much dried up. Very much so. And I'm trying to think of what else we can do that's productive on our own. That's right, Lexi is a city clerk. Interesting. Andy's still busy. Cassie did check in. But I don't know if Eliza would necessarily join the compound, right? Because if they're trying to retire and Eliza's still poking her nose and stuff... Defeated. Yeah, Eliza does want to talk to Ling. More directly. Because things are kind of pointing towards... It doesn't matter if he and the others want to retire. I don't think that the circumstances as they stand are going to let him. Even if he's quotation marks retired, there's something more going on that I think is going to pull him back in. Whether he likes it or not. And that's the big thing. And I think there's a couple of other people that are included in that as well, but... Okay, this is actually pretty chill. Well, cemetery's pretty fucking chill. Hell yeah. The cemetery's a pretty chill place. Ah, this fucking guy, huh? I made it off the list. Alright, chat. I am going to play one of the faceless videos for you while I go and take care of something really quickly. I'm gonna play everyone's favorite. Everything finds its proper place. Every smile on every face. Every ending clears the way for another hopeful day.
What is a city? Most people would point to the skyline, the buildings, the roads, the noise. They would be wrong. A city is an understanding. Millions of people waking up each morning and believing the same things will still work tomorrow. That the lights will answer, that the water will run, that the roads will carry them, that the systems beneath them will continue without question. People call that normal. What they rarely realize is that normal is only trust repeated often enough to feel permanent. And when that trust begins to weaken, everything else begins to feel uncertain. Routine is not boredom. Routine is reassurance. It tells people that the world is still functioning the way it did yesterday. The same road, the same door, the same shift, the same return home. again and again until repetition becomes comfort, and comfort becomes dependence. That is the danger of routine. The longer it survives, the less people notice how much of themselves they have placed inside it. They only understand its value when the pattern breaks, and by then, they're no longer mourning routine. They are mourning certainty. There are two cities, the one people can see and the one that allows it to exist. People think about results, light, order, movement, communication. They rarely think about the systems that carry those things to them. That is dependency. Not simply using a system, but relying on it so completely that it disappears from thought. The more easily something serves people, the less they question it. And the less they question it, the more completely their lives begin to rest upon it. Until one day, it hesitates. And suddenly, what was invincible becomes impossible to ignore. What keeps a city alive? Is it law, order, electricity, roads, money, communication? Or is it something far more fragile than all of them? Belief. The quiet assumption that the world around you will continue to answer when called upon. Most people never question that assumption. They live inside it until something interrupts it. Then the question changes. It's no longer what keeps a city alive. It becomes what remains when belief begins to leave it. People imagine disorder as an arrival, a sudden thing, loud, obvious, easy to point out once it stands in front of them. It rarely begins that way. More often, it begins quietly, in hesitation, in delay, in the small fracture no one believes matters. A pattern slips, a system answers a second too late. A certainty people once trusted begins to feel less certain than it did before. And still, most will call it nothing, until the weight of those small things becomes too great to ignore. Then, they will search for the moment it began. They will ask when the city changed. They will not understand that by the time they noticed it, they were already standing inside it.
Alright, thanks for your patience, everybody. Hopefully that went long enough that it was justified. Whew! Alright. Thank you, thank you. Holy, what a day, huh? No missed calls, no missed texts. let's... Ooh, okay. So that's a no. There's like 3 different people Eliza's waiting for a phone call back from, so I think instead of driving around aimlessly, we keep our keisters parked. And we do some brainstorming. Just taking an objective look at the situation we are currently in. Because I think for the sake of potential fun RP, we can sit and muse for a couple minutes. I think that's a reasonable exchange, right? I think in regards to time, that's a justifiable expense. And if things need to wait until tomorrow, that is perfectly fine as well. Heck, do we even need to... Because this captures everything in one shot. I need this. If it'll open. Ooh, I'll keep the date on here. Okay, how do I want to organize this? Because we got this. We could probably just shrink this down a bit more, which will look a bit better. Because we can zoom in pretty damn... Yeah, we can zoom in pretty nicely with this, so there's no reason to have things so big and unwieldy. But just to keep things kind of separate in their own way. We'll do that, and then I think we'll scooch it here, and then throw you here? Yeah, that's fine, I guess. Even though I guess we could probably do something like... Okay, we could do something like this. And then... How do I want to do this? I want to do like that. That. This. Or hell, I could even... So I can make you nice and small. Stick you like right here. That feels good. And then this is just like a big ol' look at the app, so we could do that. And then make it smaller if we need. Yeah, that's a little more succinct. Will it clash with this part a little bit? Yeah. Does this part need to be so big? No. Yeah, we could definitely shrink you down, because like I said, we can... Oh yeah, we can zoom in a considerable amount! Yeah, we don't need to be so clunky with it. Okay. This'll at least shape it up a little bit more. Even if it is messy as fuck. Okay. I kind of want to line it up like that. Actually, I do want to keep it in line with this other faceless stuff. And maybe I make that smaller. I feel like there's a better way to do this. Actually, wait, I could just make it this size, right? Yeah. That works a little better. Like, a little better. Not an amazing amount, but a little bit. Okay. I think I like that a little bit more. Do I have dates on everything? Oh, Rhoda Lexon, do I have dates on everything? I am so glad you ask. I have different notations for the dates, and with some of the screenshots, I kind of just let them keep the timestamps where they are, but I labeled things with the date, or, you know, a truncated version of the date, and then I have this non-comprehensive, but relatively comprehensive timeline where I kind of just further broke down and organized everything by month. Like, as you can see throughout the literal years of me collecting this for the sake of RP, I've changed up my notation style a couple of different times. Because at first I was putting, like, date and then time and then initials for what the subject was. And then I kind of switched to more descriptive things with the date and then the time. And then I think more recently I've just been putting time or not time, just putting the dates when it doesn't feel like the time is particularly important, because it was just less annoying when you're organizing multiple make-believe pieces of evidence. So honestly, I've been doing it based off of vibes. Because, the fun thing about, the really fun thing about Obsidian is that you can export canvases as a PNG, but I feel like, you know what, I'm actually curious as to how good this will end up looking. I'm very curious as to how this is gonna look. Okay, this might crash my shit, but let's see what happens. And this isn't even everything. This is just, like, faceless specific stuff. Yeah, it's probably... I have a feeling that some of the images are gonna overlap with each other. I'll give it a second. I'll give it a second. Okay. Let's actually take a look. I'm very curious. God damn! Let's see. Oh yeah, this ended up getting really fucked. Oh yeah. Yeah. Okay. Some of this ended up saving okay. Some of this ended up being a fucking trash fire. Let's see. Okay, oh, yeah, no, this is, yeah, no. Yeah, you know, yeah. There's just so much. Let's see. Actually, the Wolves International stuff seems pretty intact. Which, okay, Wolves International stuff looks good. Nest looks pretty fucking good. Epsilon looks solid. The very small spiral stuff about Cypress and Lang, solid. Jetsam, you know what? That's solid too. All right, this is where it gets a little. This is where it gets a little gets a little funky. Ooh, I see you kind of copy pasting yourself over here. Oh, I see. Oh, yep. Yeah, this is yep. Yeah, that's yep, that's a little messy. Yeah, that's messy there too. Oh, this is intact. Very nice. Most of this is good. I think this just needs to be shifted up there, and I think this actually I don't know where you're supposed to be. But the connection's correct, so that oh wait, let's see. Oh wait. November 25, December 25. Oh gosh. March, April, May, June, July, August till 25? Damn! Copy paste, no! May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December. June 26, July 20. Yeah, so the entirety of 2026 is wiped out, except for June and July, so that's kind of unusable. Yeah, Archivist, pretty intact. Not too shabby. Our whisper of Darkstone information, pretty good. Ian Crawford, let's fucking... Why is this so goofy? Okay, let's actually look at how large the file is. Hold on. Okay, this, properties, 57.6 megabytes, or 60.452.395 bytes. That's how big it is. It's not bad, all things considered, you know? It could be worse. And there's a lot more that could be truncated and tidied up and whatnot, and I think Eliza got a text. I was just too busy yapping. Okay. Alfonso, no answer. He hung up. Stopped by, whatever. Whew! I think it's time. I'm gonna be realistic. We're gonna be realistic. And I think we should change our outfit. Oh, wait, we're really close to... Okay, it's Morningwood, but, you know. Oh! That's happened before. A couple times. Where we've tabbed out and the whatever it is gets stuck. We should be good now. Thank you for putting that out, lizards! Oh my gosh, how funny would it have been? Us talking about all of this, like, in-depth, clandestine stuff. And then just like a random person over there being like, what the fuck? Okay, 1 second. I'm gonna make sure that I'm, like, physically and mentally prepared, because this is probably gonna be a lot of yapping. Also, I gotta get that word out of my lexicon. I just gotta say talking. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Excuse me. I got Empty Pump stuck in my head. The song of the century. I gotta flicking walk in, whoa. It's time to fucking roleplay, brother. Whoa, we gotta walk the fuck in, whoa. Empty pump, feed me, feed me. Empty pump, don't leave me don't leave me stranded. I don't know how to option that up. Don't leave me stranded. That's off key, ignore me. Ignore me, that's off fucking key. That didn't even have a key, brother. That didn't even have a key. Oh, wait. We shouldn't go as Chris. Because that's a bad fucking idea. But we do have... Let's see. We shouldn't go... What's melon? Oh, yeah. Yeah, we'll just go as melon. Actually, yeah. Easy. Okay, let us go to Dignity Village! Yippee! Ew, a lot of renovations must have been happening! Chat, imagine being an alien that has to, like, figure out traffic laws for the first time. Like, do you think it's something they would be able to intuitively be able to pick up on, or is it gonna be like a, what the fuck is this? Like, it would have to be, like, an interplanetary being that does have a grasp of the English language, because they would, you know, probably wouldn't know the phrase, what the fuck is this, but they would probably have an equivalent phrase that they would use. sideswipe that car. Because we're looking in a rear view mirror. Excuse me. God damn, this car's slow. But it's sturdy. I think that's something that we should be happy with. Okay, I think parking it in the same spot as before is good. That should suffice. Okay, how correct were we with our estimate? 11! God damn it. Okay, 1 second, chat.
Hey, I'm so sorry I had to grab a vehicle, but I will be there soon.
Oh, no worries. I am right outside. I just wanted to check in before I just waltz on in.
Yeah, I'll be there in like maybe 2 minutes.
Oh, perfect. I shall wait
All
in
right,
the tunnel
see you
then.
soon. Sounds good. Bye-bye.
Totes. All right. All right. Hopefully this doesn't heat things up too much. Empty pump, empty pump. Song of a generation. We should. Hell yeah. Okay. Honestly, we were right saying around 10 minutes. Not too freaking shabby. Some look left, some look like right. The answer is right in front of us. Muy interesantes.
Who the hell is that?
It's Eliza. Hello.
Hello, hello.
Greetings.
Hello.
Come in.
Greetings.
We have exciting things to show you.
I am quite thrilled.
Who knew, Eliza? All you needed to do was just
Tony, you
exist.
can't park
We were
here.
fighting battles for
Okay.
no reason.
It's very good to see you upright.
Thank you.
Dude,
Thank you, Anna.
pepper soup, like green and red pepper
Tony's
soup
got his car.
that's
You have
called
diesel?
Doomsday Peppers.
Nope.
Okay, that sounds really good.
Man, this is the one I bought. Check it out.
Doomsday.
This has always been my true calling.
What? Yeah. What do you want, Clark?
All right.
To say this place is
Welcome to
significantly more
Doomsday
warming.
Soups.
Doomsday
Soups worth
Soups?
surviving
Yeah.
for.
Wow.
So this is the kitchen, and we have
Wow.
the tinning station just behind you there.
Okay.
And then we have our own water condensers here to collect condensation for drinking water.
That's really smart, seeing as how they've knocked out a lot of our water supply.
Yeah.
And then this is our garden over here.
It's looking incredible so far, I must say.
Ah, shit's looking up. Although the cartel did kill our cow.
What?
Yeah.
The cartel?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
It's a sensitive topic at the moment.
Oh, of course. I'm sorry to hear about that.
Thanks.
But
It's really messed up.
we'll use every part of her because that's the world we now live in, and nothing can go to waste.
Fundamentally, there's no better way to pay tribute, truly.
Exactly.
Skipper's spinach siesta.
Isn't a siesta a nap?
Yeah, because that reminds me of Skipper. It's just like a walking nap, don't you think?
Something like that.
Huh.
Look at him. He looks like he could be like put on the can right now as our mascot.
Yeah.
All right.
Well suited.
I'm gonna catch up with Eliza for a bit over here.
all
Please
good.
make sure we don't get killed.
Okay.
Well.
Wow. Holy shit, it's been a fucking while,
It's
man.
I can barely even begin to think about what you all have had to go through and experience.
Fuck, dude. I mean, it was a lot. It was a lot of well, I'll start from the beginning. So I'm in prison and basically Lang and Sab and them leave, and I thought you were getting brought to the hospital. I didn't know you were already there and they were like going looking for you or whatever, but then basically we hear that the police are coming in, and I look around and there's not many Cleveland people left and they're getting ready to fight. And I was like, guys, like, why are you going to die for this thing that doesn't even make sense? Like, what are you standing for here? What are you falling for? Nothing, right? And I was trying to reason with Andy, and I was like, don't throw away your lives for this vision that never became what it was meant to be. You think Sab's out there right now, like, fighting for Cleveland? No, he's gonna give it up instantly. And they didn't listen to me, and then Harry walked in and said, Sab says Cleveland's over. I was like, right, great. So time ticked by, and everybody, you know, listened to Big Dog Sab and agreed to surrender. So, you know, I go out front with Clark and whoever else, and we're waiting for the police to come in. And Clark and I have this conversation regarding what Cleveland was and what they did to us, and, you know, no accountability taken. And I think I ended up becoming the blueprint for everything they hate because I spoke up, which, you know, I don't mind. And then Brian Knight shows up and they all arrest us and yada yada. I'm in a wheelchair, so I get cuffed to the wheel, and Brian Knight says, CJ, come here. Like, what? Pulls me to the side and he says, before anything, I want you to know that this is your fault. And I say, what is my fault? He says, you know, if you would have just spoken to me before, if at any point in your life you would have, like, given me anything, this wouldn't have happened. And then he tells me that Lang and Sab were taken by the Faceless.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, there wasn't much I could do. I was sat in a fucking chair, helpless, hopeless, angry at everyone around me. And the next day I get told by Omar, the DOC, he said, listen, CJ, they're lying to you. Brian Knight is lying. I say, well, that's, like, in what capacity? Are they taken? He says, yes, but he thinks that Brian Knight set them up. I said I could believe that.
Really?
Yeah, and he says, the transport, we were supposed to be going to a safe house. Now, I know where that safe house is, and it was not in the direction of the route we took. we went towards the military base. And then, and think about this. Omar was in this transport, okay? A transport of Lang and Sab. Omar, the DOC, was in this transport. Barely any officers. And it gets hit. Everybody gets shot. Brian keeps driving with Lang and Sab. Ends up in the military base and doesn't get shot. Lang and Sab get taken. Now, something rubbed me wrong about this whole situation because when Brian first pulled me to the side, I made a fucking smart-ass joke and I said, like, where are we going, Brian? And, like, pretended to be scared that he was going to, like, you know, take me and kill me because at the time, I thought Frost was dead, was his ex-husband. So I thought Brian hated me because I put the hit out on Frost that got him killed and twatted it out. Turns out Frost isn't even dead. But Brian, when I said that, when I was like, oh my God, are you gonna like take me, where are you taking me? Are you just gonna take me to kill me? His reaction was very strange. It was almost like panicked, like I knew something I didn't. So I was like, I didn't think anything of it until I heard that from Omar and I was like, wait a second. Did he think that I knew what he had done? Anyway, that's my theory on that. So, next day, for some reason, people in prison, I guess, like, couldn't face the fact that Cleveland was over and ran around starting to, like, beat up people that weren't in Cleveland. Like they beat the shit out of AC, which I'm very glad about, by the way. Fuck AC. He's a snitch and a rat.
Oh.
And then it was me, Skipper, Tony, Bjorn? I think something like that. And we were going to visit Queenie, who was in the ICU. You know, she was still suffering pretty badly from her injuries after being made to walk into a mine. So I went to see her, and we're all gathered around her hospital bed when in comes Harry with Luciano behind him. And Harry throws a Molotov at all of us, yelling something about Cleveland. Yep, and it lights us all on fire. And Luciano goes, yeah! And they run out like high school bullies. And we're like, what the fuck is going on? So we're trying to recover from that. We're confused as shit as to why these people hate us after all we did was get tortured by them for not being with them. I mean, for myself, not even not being with them, just existing and then being forced to walk into a mine. Yeah. So then I'm like avoiding Nancy because, you know, I had a lot of hatred for Nancy for the betrayal.
Damn.
And then she comes running up as I'm with Skipper and she goes something like, do you guys want to see Lang and Sab? I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? She goes, the Faceless are giving me two choices here. Either you come willingly or they're going to kill everybody in this prison. And I said, okay, kill everyone in the prison. I would love that. And then Nancy picks up the phone and goes, yes, Charlie? Yes, we will come willingly. Yeah. I'm like, that's not what we agreed on, Nancy. And then I guess somehow everybody else in the prison knew this was happening or something because they were just running around all crazy like and like chasing Nancy around and shit. And she's like, okay, we have to go to this corner of the prison. The helicopters are coming to pick us up. So we go to the corner of the prison where we're told, and the helicopters descend and they're like, get in. And as we're going to get in, all the Cleveland people start shooting at the helicopters, and Skip and Nancy are already in one of the helicopters and it blows up. So they blow up. The helicopter pilot blows up. I'm like, all right, I don't think we really, grasped the whole either you come willingly or we kill everybody sort of concept. So now y'all are going to get killed and I'm going to get fucking beat the fuck up and whatnot. So I'm just trying to, with Queenie, save Nancy and Skipper's life. And as that's happening, the Faceless just come in and bomb the shit out of everybody. I'm just hearing pow, 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 pow. And I assume people from Cleveland just ran and hid inside. So then another helicopter pulls up. They say, get inside. We get inside. They take off. And they bring us to a fucking island. A tropical island. I don't know where it is. I don't know where I was. My assumption is, I don't even know. Somewhere tropical. We land, and they put collars on all of us around our necks that they say, listen, if you try to run, these will blow up, and they will kill you. Then, Charlie's there, and I have to resist the urge to try and kill him. At one point, actually at many points, I considered just running and tackling him and pulling the collar off so it would just blow us both up. But, I somehow managed to temper that anger. Then we get brought to this grand, villa. I'm not gonna lie, it was pretty nice looking. And for that first night, it was strangely we didn't get beat, we didn't get shot. It definitely wasn't a nice place to be, and we were informed quite honestly that we would get, killed if we didn't work. But what we were there to do was work for them. That first night and then morning in the villa was just a lot of me tiptoeing around. I tried to talk to, there was a bunch of masked men with I think red masks, and then Charlie. So there was Whiskey was one of them.
Oh.
And then there was others Foxtrot and whatever. So I go up this building in the center, and as I make it to the top, Whiskey's just standing there with a gun out, and he's like, where you going? And I was like, oh shit. So there was a room up top where they didn't want us to go. Unfortunately, instead of getting to try and investigate what the fuck that was, that day, we had to go and test out the bombs that they were going to use on this city. That was one of our jobs. The first job we went, explode them. My job was to take photos of the blast radius and the blast itself. Nancy was recording down the logistics. Others were planting the bombs and whatnot. So we were doing that, and once it was done, we get back in line, and I'm pretty sure they gave Sab a gun and told him to shoot Nancy because she didn't pick up enough shrapnel. I don't know. Something about an amount of shrapnel was wrong or something, and they had to shoot somebody. Now, at the time, I hate Nancy, and I can barely even look at her. I fucking hate her guts. And I'm like, shoot her. Shoot her, Sab. It's fine. And, Charlie hands Sab his gun, says, shoot Nancy. Sab, for the love of God, Sab takes the gun, turns, points it at Charlie, and pulls the trigger.
Yeah!
And we hear, click, empty gun, no shit. He would give Sab a loaded gun.
Damn.
And, that got our villa permissions revoked, and we got moved to this camp that was on the beach, which, once again, accommodations actually not bad. Torture was shit. Getting shot at was shit. The work was shit. The faces were shit. Accommodations actually quite nice. We had a beach, we had the ocean, some tents, some beds, an outhouse. It wasn't too terrible where we were staying at. then other work we had to do was moving boxes. We had to like fix satellites. So
Making them do grunt
at
work.
one point we were fixing satellites and we heard this like radio broadcast go off, and I'm pretty sure it was like numbers, and those numbers ended up being spelling out like the first pillar, I'm pretty sure, or something like that. And then while I was moving boxes, I took the opportunity to just rob them. So if I saw anything lying around, I would just steal it. And they left so much shit out. Books everywhere. And these books, Eliza, I have documented all of them, like copies of them, but actually the police have them now because I got arrested yesterday, which isn't good because I fucking hate the cops. Yeah. But I have all the information photographed. So at least there's that.
That is insane.
But these books, Eliza, the amount of information in these motherfuckers it's nuts. It's crazy. It basically outlines their entire plan for what the Faceless is, for what Darkstone is, for...
Really? Darkstone?
Yeah. Darkstone? Okay. Holy shit. Okay, Darkstone, before it became Darkstone, was called
Black
Ridge Group's Holdings, or something like that. And that, I believe, was owned by Victor Blackwell and the Blackwell families. Victor Blackwell was a way larger part to everything they were doing than we originally thought. Like, way larger. So, have you ever heard the name Draven? Draven.
It does not ring a bell.
Okay. There's
Draven.
two families listed. There's Blackwell and Draven. And both of these seem at least of equal importance. I don't have any information on Draven whatsoever outside of that, but if the Blackwell family played such a large part in all their operations, I can only begin to believe that Draven does as well.
That makes a lot of sense.
Okay, so
that helps put a really
now
nice
Charlie
connector.
told me a lot. He had many private conversations with me, which was not great for optics to everybody else at the camp.
Probably what he wanted, TBQH.
Yep. 100%. I mean, he fully admitted to us that he loves mind games, which, yeah. So
That makes sense.
So first off, he told Skipper that he was going to die to a nuclear core reactor. Actually, I don't know that he said nuclear. I may have just added that in. I hope not. I hope he didn't say nuclear. Actually, he probably did, because core reactor sounds awfully nuclear to me. Whatever. He said core reactor. And this concept of him dying, he was completely prepared for. Now, conversation that I had with him at one point. Oh my God, Ian. Jesus. Okay.
Ian Crawford?
Ian Crawford.
Boy, oh boy, am I excited to go down that fucking rabbit hole.
Fucking hell. Okay, so I'm on this island, all right? I'm in this shit-ass camp, and this fuck-ass man just walks into camp, and we're like, what the fuck? Hello? Because we only see the masked man, right? So I'm like, yo, hello? And he just walks away. Tony, Skipper, and I are walking after this guy like, hey, yo, civilian man, can you save us? Like, what are you doing? How'd you just get in here? He just keeps walking away. Then he stops. Doesn't say a word. Just stops, okay? And he turns around all like superhero villain sort of shit. walks up to me and hands me a book.
What?
And yup, and I've got Skipper and Tony 2 feet from me. And I'm like, holy shit, like I have to be very careful right now. So I open the book. The second I crack that page open, Tony beelines it and is looking over my shoulder. I'm like, yo, hey, the fuck? So I close the book, I walk away, I go to bed. I'm like, hell no, I'm sleeping with this shit tucked in my arm. And I do. I wake up, guess what that book is? You're not gonna be able to guess. Okay. The book is the property fucking inspection logs that you doctored, not yours, right? But
The ones
for
that
771B.
Not the
Yes.
Wait,
the original, the one that has his name in it. Yeah.
Wait, the one. Wait, again. The original, not the one that I doctored.
The original. That'd be
Okay.
really creepy if it's the one you doctored. Oh my
that
god.
would be really fucking creepy. But
Yeah.
he gave that to you.
He handed it to me. Yeah.
That is psychotic.
I know. I know. And, bro, I'm like, fuck. Like, how I cannot explain any of this to anybody here at all. But I have to give them the book because everybody watched me do it, right?
Yeah.
So I hand people the book knowing that they would not understand at all what it is. And it kind of just gets, like, forgotten about over time. Thank God. But yeah, that was a whole thing.
So he knows then.
He knows, that's right. Yeah.
Oh. That's
I was in interrogation yesterday with Brian Knight. He sits down across from me. He goes, CJ, I know that, or do you know Ian Crawford, who was on the island? And I said, well, we didn't get any names from
D-Tango, thank you
people.
for the
Like, they were
prime.
all like Foxtrot, Whiskey, blah, blah, blah. I found out on that island that Ian Crawford was Ian Crawford, okay? Well, I'm going to jump between these two explanations real quick. First off, Brian Knight says, okay, well, I know that Ian Crawford handed you a book. And I'm like, first of all, like,
Sab
are we
told
kidding,
him.
guys? Like, how the fuck does he
Wait.
know that?
Did Sab tell him?
Still haven't figured that one out. But I mean, it would have had to have been somebody on the island.
Did Alfonso tell him? Because Brian told me that he got, I'm trying to recall if it was from Alfonso specifically, but he gave me a crazy rundown on things about, you know, how you all allegedly escaped and how you may or may not have gotten a book from Ian Crawford, because Ian Crawford has been a name that's come up quite a lot with us, but I will hold on to that until you finish what you said.
Well, I don't know why Sab would tell him that. Oh, God.
Now, it could just be
I don't know why
Brian
Sab would do anything,
planting
though.
seeds, you know? But the fact that he has that information, regardless, is interesting.
Yeah. Anyway. So, I spend a day sleeping in, and when I wake up the next day, they come up to me and they're like, not they, like, the people I was on the island with, the people that survived. And they're like, okay, we were working, so we also had to, like, plant and water a bunch of crops. They were like, we were working there, and Charlie just killed all of the red masks around him, pulled us all to the side, and was like, I need you guys to find a guy named Ian Crawford, capture him, and tell me. Which, first of all, I don't know who the fuck Jonathan thinks we are to be able to go and, like, tackle a man and hold him down while we're in their custody. But whatever. But he made it out to seem like he didn't trust the people around him. So his implication was that Ian Crawford was a guy that he shot 5 years ago. Okay?
Oh!
And at the time, I believe that, if not both of them, at least Ian Crawford worked for Darkstone. Or potentially what was before Darkstone. I don't know the timeline on that. I think it was Darkstone, though. And he was under the impression that Ian Crawford died that day. But then he said, now Ian walks around and he's untouchable. The bosses won't let me kill him, but he's alive. And it drives Charlie nuts. This is all alleged because it comes from the faces. So we can't trust the information, but it's alleged what they say. So yeah, Ian is this guy that was shot by Charlie, but then survived and now can't be killed by the Faceless. He's protected by the Faceless for God knows what reason, and also knows Roman clearly because of the house, and knows us. In interrogation with Knight, Knight says, I know you know Ian Crawford. I know he met with you, and I know he's going to meet with you again. I'm like, I'm not saying shit at this point, right? He's like, I want you to understand that Ian Crawford has been working all sides. He's given you stuff. He's given us stuff. He's helped the Faceless. He's helped Darkstone. He's helped us. He's helped you, which debatable. No, he fucking hasn't, by the way. And he's like, personally, I believe that he is like at the top of all of this. Now, do I believe a single word that Brian Knight says? No, not really. But that is his theory. Then, back to the island. Ian Crawford popped up a few more times. Once he walked in, looked at Nancy, and then walked away without saying anything, which, granted, I don't blame him. I also would do that.
Nancy catching all of these
Still working on my issues with her. Okay. Let's try and stay focused here, right? So I had a conversation with Charlie, another one, in which I said, listen, Charlie, give me a gun right now. If I see Ian Crawford, I'll kill him. I got you. Don't worry. And he said, how are you going to do that? I said, if I see the man, I'm going to shoot him. What do you mean? And then he switched topics, and then we got back on it because I said, once again, yo. Oh, he said something like, now Ian Crawford is another mystery that we don't understand. And I said, well, he ain't a mystery if he's dead. Give me that gun. And Charlie said, CJ, I don't know if you just think I'm stupid or what you're trying to do. I said, what's wrong? You think I'll shoot you? And he said, you know what? I don't actually think he would shoot me. I don't think he would shoot me because you would die. So I will give you a gun right now. You can hold me up and you'll blow up. We'll both die. And then he said, all dramatic like he was giving a supervillain monologue. He goes, I'm ready. I'm ready for this shit. The second I put this mask on, I was ready for it because I got a lot of people behind me to cover for. I'm like, what the fuck? And then I caved because I didn't want to die. So fuck him off, stupid asshole. But maybe I should have just done it. No, actually, I have my soups to look forward to. Thank God I lived.
For your soups, CJ, for your soups.
Okay, what else? Right, so then I'm standing alone one night and everybody has gone to bed and I'm standing. Oh, sorry. Side note. At one point, Lang caused a ruckus that they didn't like while working because these fucking idiots told Lang that they couldn't kill him, that they could kill all of us, but not Lang. So Lang decided to continuously rebel against them, which was actually quite satisfying to watch. And then in retaliation, they couldn't do anything because once again, they weren't allowed to kill him. But what that caused was, we would get shot, we would get thrown in this giant water tank and dehydrated. They would starve us. And they built a giant fuck-ass wall just to block our view of the ocean.
What?
Do you know how fucking super villainous shit that is? That's psychotic. So we come back to camp and they built a fucking giant wall and blew up all our stuff.
So funny. That is so
Anyway,
funny. That is so
at one point, we do this job and it goes well and they say, okay, you guys can take the walls down. So then we, bang into the walls with a bunch of bulldozers and knock them down. And as we're doing that, there had been some guards on the island that weren't like normal guards. They were dressed differently. One was a woman, which we know that the Faceless doesn't have women because they kill all of them. And I kept trying to talk to these people because I was like, no, surely these are not normal guards. And I asked one of them, do you know me? And they nod and walk away. And I go, holy shit, what the fuck? Later that day, right after that job, we're knocking down these walls and somebody's flying over and picking up the walls. And we hear a voice from the helicopter. And it's fucking Carmela. Yeah, the guards were tree paws.
Oh! They had to run away because they were getting chased for what they did, helping blow up the gas stations and whatnot. Okay.
Yes, that was our theory.
Brian Knight kept calling Carmela at the... Okay, sorry. I'll go over this again a bit later, but Brian kept calling Carmela during that time, so it's... Wow.
I'm not shocked at all. Mid-conversation with Charlie about wanting to kill him, he picked up a call from Brian Knight, and I heard the other end of it for like a good 10 minutes. They were yapping like they were best friends.
What? Wait.
Yeah.
I think I was listening to the same phone call.
Oh my god!
Talking about how he wanted Brandon dead, how he, was pissed off that he couldn't kill Ian Crawford.
Yes, it was about Ian Crawford, and I stood right beside Charlie, and he knew. He said at one point, he said, it's funny you're saying that, Brian. I'm actually standing right next to somebody who I'm talking to about Ian Crawford, and I'm stood there, and I'm like, if he says my name to Brian Knight, like, I'm pulling this collar off and killing both of us. Like, at this point, I don't even know. I don't want to have to... I don't want to have to deal with this, but he didn't say my name, but I know he did that just to fuck with my head. Okay. So anyway,
crazy.
They take away the walls. One of them just falls into the ocean and creates like this pier. I'm like, fuck yeah, I get a pier now. So one night, I'm stood out there on the pier, just looking out, thinking about how shit my life is, and I hear, I go, what the fuck is that? I turn around. First of all, entire camp on fire. Second of all, Ian Crawford just stood there on the beach staring at me like a little creep. I'm like, dude. I'm like, hell no. I'm sick of this dude. All right, you don't get to just run around immune to the Faceless, pissing me off, pissing Charlie off. That's actually good, but we're still getting slack for it. So I turn around, I run after him. I'm like, hey. And he just walks off. He's like walking off through our camp that he just exploded. I'm like, no. So I run, I go, Ian! And he freezes. And he turns around. And I walk up to him and I say, whose side are you on? This little smug bitch reaches into his pocket, grabs a coin, pulls it out, flips it, lets it just drop to the ground, and walks off. And I'm just standing there stunned. What? I'm like, there is no way I have... there's no way.
That's
This
nuts.
guy is just playing all sides. Whose side he's on is a flip of a coin. So then I walk off after him after I've, snapped out of it, and I'm still pissed. I'm like, wait. And I say, okay, why can't they kill you? He opens a book, looks inside of it for a good, 2 minutes, then shuts the book, stares me dead in the eye, and walks away past the line where I can cross without blowing up. What the fuck does that mean? Why even come there and destroy my camp, scare the shit out of me to give me no answers? What kind of sick fucking shit is that?
That is... Yeah, that's... Okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
There's maybe one person who allegedly has actually spoken to him. Which I can go into this a little more later, but I'll interject this now. James McAllister has apparently met with Ian once or twice on top of the Legion Square Nest building, where Ian basically pinged him there and then didn't say a word. James McAllister is the marshal that has been the one working on the Faceless case the most out of all of them, excepting maybe Brian Knight. So that's one person who I know has interfaced with him. Did not have a conversation. Hassan Bashari has been seen meeting with Ian Crawford on the golf course. Now, whether or not they actually exchanged words is one thing. But if it is true that they did meet on the golf course and have a conversation, he might be the only person I know of that has heard this man's voice.
Well, I actually think there's at least one other person. And I think that's the man in all white. There's photos. I'm standing on the island. Charlie hands me a document. And I open it. And it's photos of the man in all white standing beside Ian on that building that has all the owls on it. Remember that one?
The Pegasus building.
That's
that
right.
Nino used to own.
Okay, well, I don't know anything about that, but
We can.
do you have any food, by the way?
I do, yes.
Oh,
we
thank
can
God.
we can circle back to that a little later because I have a I have thoughts that I'm going to share, but that can wait. Are you thirsty?
Just hungry.
Okay. Here, I got this. And then I got a snack.
Thank you. It's supposed to be vegan, so don't tell anyone.
Oh yeah. I won't say a word.
Well,
anyways, that's
we
my
also
small interjection.
eat chicken, and I guess now we're eating that cat. We're not vegan. Okay, so these are the photos. The man in white stood beside Ian Crawford. Then, what appears to be, I believe, the Oracle, not within sight, but seeming to sneak around the area. Then, Charlie in a helicopter looking around for, I presume, the Oracle, and a man in a black mask. Oh my god. Conversation with Charlie. This is what happened. Okay. So this is, I'm just gonna go over what I gathered from it. Or what he, you know, we have to take it as with a grain of salt, but there was a day when Edgar and his people almost got shot. And there was a man in a black mask. The people in the black masks are almost like the people in the red masks, like the grunts of Charlie, but for higher up people, like security for higher up people. That's what I'm told, at least.
I see.
So Edgar and his people, or I don't even know if it was his people, all I know is Edgar's name was listed, are about to get shot by a man in a black mask. One of the, like, security. The blue man is there. Just as he's about to do it, the blue man turns and shoots the man in the black mask.
Oh!
That man in the black mask is allegedly Roman Gray.
Oh. That? Okay.
Yeah.
That kind of supports the theory that I have.
Yeah, Roman Gray survives this.
Yeah, Roman Gray's the Oracle.
And changes this mask to represent his hatred for the people above the man in blue. Well, supposedly. To a white mask. The investors. But because of what happened to him, it is bloodied. Roman Gray, also known as the Oracle.
The Oracle. Mm-hmm. Wow.
Hey!
Sorry.
Hey!
Oh.
Sir, are you serious?
Do you think he heard anything?
No, I was whispering. Hey! Who the fuck walks up here? That's not... Hold on. Are we serious right now? That's crazy.
Huh.
Okay, let's talk over here.
Okay.
Now,
that, I'm very
you
glad to hear
agree?
you say that. I 100% agree. I also have other adjacent reasons to believe sincerely that he is the Oracle, but I will hold on to that for the time being. The fact that you came to a similar conclusion, it makes me even more confident in my thoughts. I can go over them right now if you want, but I don't want to
Actually, you know what? Yeah, let's do that before we go on.
Okay. So, taking a look at some notes. Now, handwriting matching is always a dubious thing in the forensics world, but if you match up, notes that the Oracle hath left certain individuals with a certain someone's journals, handwriting matches up pretty well. Also, Ian Crawford is the one that notified the marshals as to Amanda Miller's whereabouts when she was getting kidnapped. She almost, I'm a little fuzzy on the details here, so forgive me. She almost got scooped up by a security firm run by Blackridge. Ian gave the marshals a heads up that Blackridge were working on behalf of the Faceless and were going to scoop Amanda Miller up and kill her. Now, what reason would Ian have to protect Amanda Miller? He's not going to have a connection with her. Wrong! Because he is one of the only people that Roman has trusted. Now, what is Roman's connection with Ian? Very good question. Is it because Ian worked as an inspector with Wolves International? Is that their connection? No. That could possibly be the only connection, right? Because Roman was getting communication and FIB documents from someone, right? He had that whole chessboard, chess piece communication things, right? Who could he talk to in the FIB? Oh, maybe a systems analyst by the name of Ian Crawford. This guy is fucking everywhere.
Holy shit.
I have an old FIB file about an investigation that was put into Ian Crawford in regards to... I'll have to remind myself of the explicit details, but basically it was about like a state level record, like there was a break-in to a record system. Nothing was taken, nothing was compromised, but they were under the belief that some high security things were breached. And Ian was at one point a suspect, but there wasn't enough evidence to hold him culpable. So him, being a systems analyst in the FIB, capable of breaking into things to gain access to sensitive documents, who else would be better suited to be Roman's contact? That is where my arcing theory comes from. That ties these two together.
That all makes a lot of sense, yes. Okay,
Anyways,
so Charlie during this conversation tells me all of this about Roman Gray being the man in the black mask that gets shot by Mr. Blue, and then Charlie is ordered to go dispose of his body. So he goes back to dispose of the body, and when he gets there, the body is gone. Charlie believes, as I suspect, and this is based off no fact whatsoever, but there is potential, that Ian Crawford helped Roman live through that. So then Ian Crawford is in whatever position he's in. Roman and him have that connection from before, what you just said. And now also that whole thing, he saves his life. Roman becomes the Oracle. Now here's where shit gets confusing to me. Darkstone, previously Blackridge. Okay. Oh wait, let me add something on real quick. That whole thing that happened with Ian, by the way, on the island where he like blew up camp and then flipped the coin and walked off, blah blah blah. Right after that, I hear a boat. I run out to the dock again. I look out on a dinghy. The Oracle.
What?
Yeah.
That's
oh my god, I thought of
crazy.
something else. Okay, so the Oracle on a boat stands up on the dinghy, pulls out a fucking grapple gun, grapples onto the top of the mountain, looks down at me, and then grapples off back onto the dinghy and drives away on the boat. And then a fucking heli starts chasing him. I'm like, well, shit. Okay. Now, strap in. Let's say Roman Gray is the Oracle and he was at that island, okay? We know Roman Gray hates the Faceless. If we are to believe his ramblings true. Who else does he hate? Another group, okay? Let's say he, for some reason, hates maybe me or hates Lang, okay?
Yeah.
Why the fuck would he give a shit that we on the island? He wouldn't, right? I mean, I'm sure he's a nosy motherfucker, and the fact that Ian's there makes shit a bit crazy, but while we're on this island, Whiskey, one of the guards, drives a car into where we're staying, and a man hops out of the back of the car. He's handcuffed. He looks like he hasn't seen sun in years. He looks in rough shape, and it's very clearly, or what we're supposed to believe, I don't know which one is true, prisoner. And he takes him down to the water and has him bathed so that he's not smelly. That's what Whiskey says, okay? He gets back in the car, and I'm like, hey, man, you all right? This guy won't talk. He's scared that Whiskey's gonna hurt him. I'm like, yo, you good? He says, no. And he gets in the car and leaves. Then, part 8,000 billion of Lang shanking one of the guards during one of our work things, and we get in trouble. We get sent back to the water tower area and get shoved inside. And as I get shoved inside this water tower, one of the guards falls in, so we start jumping his ass. But that same prisoner is in there, okay? And I get shot down and start going in and out of consciousness and pass out as this dude's talking to us. But this is what I learned. This guy, prisoner on the island, his name is Ethan. He is from New Jersey. He works for the FBI in New Jersey, where he works.
Ethan, FBI.
What is happening here has already happened in New Jersey. The full cycle of what they are doing here has already happened there. And Ethan tried to stop them, but he failed. And whatever he did to try and stop them annoyed them so much that they abducted him, took him to the island, tortured him for ages, and said, you are going to live to see another city fall the same way yours did.
Oh, that's wow.
Now, let's say that you wanted to make somebody suffer through watching another city burn. Now, how could you induce the most amount of pain possible? Well, you can't go after their city again. So, what if you go after a family member's city? What if you go after a brother's city? Ethan's last name is Ethan Gray.
Fuck up. Damn. Apologies.
Yeah.
That's fucking crazy.
I know. Now, this is gonna be my 18th disclaimer about this because every time I start talking about this, Lang tells me, Alice, you're just gonna believe what the faces tell you. I do not believe everything that I've seen, heard, or experienced on this island. Anything pertaining to the faceless, I do not believe as fact. I just take all the information that is surrounding me and try to deduce the most logical reasoning based off of the evidence. Okay.
Thank you for the disclaimer. I shall take it as such.
Now, Charlie is not a part of the face.
That's crazy.
Charlie is a role. Charlie used to be Blackridge. Charlie,
yeah.
Went through, or I guess, maintained the role.
The role.
Through, and okay, I don't even know how to fucking explain this. Charlie is not Charlie. Charlie, when I say Charlie, I mean a role, a position. A member of a team.
That matches up with information I received that Delta 1 and Charlie used to work together in Blackridge. And Delta 1 just...
Jake Forrest?
Yes, Jake Forrest. Okay. They used to work very closely together, and then they ended up splitting off, and one section of Blackridge became Darkstone. That's interesting. Okay, sorry. Thank you.
Okay. So... Charlie being the role, right? Blackridge to Darkstone to whatever he is a part of now, which is not the Faceless.
It's like adjacent.
What I believe this position is representing is a commitment and willingness to sacrifice your life when the time comes. That lines up with Charlie, what he was saying, you know, I'm ready to die. Shoot me, you won't do it. Meh, stupid shit. But also, one of the books that I stole, the Charlie that was in New Jersey was Charlie 4. So there's already been
4 Charlies.
multiple Charlie.
Yeah.
This one right now, I don't know what number, probably 5.
Yeah, Charlie 5.
Seeing as they wanted, you know, Ethan to watch another city fall. He talks a lot, Charlie, about a lack of ego. And how that is necessary for the role he's in. Because when we first got there and we first saw Charlie, Queenie walked up and spat on it. They told me, listen, if I had ego, I would have killed Queenie for that.
Damn.
But that's to be able to do my job, to be able to put everything in motion for what we're doing here. I can't do that. Now, something that he did say that blew my mind, because I said, listen, the people above you, they don't give a shit about you. And I did try and use Ian, because Ian, anytime he was brought up or around, would like make Charlie angry, or it would no longer be like the mechanical I'm operating under orders Charlie. It was the annoyed, emotional, irrational Charlie, and I wanted to amplify that, right? So I'd go, isn't it crazy? Isn't it crazy that you're willing to die for something and they don't give a single shit about you? You are nothing to them. You are a lapdog. And Ian, meanwhile, who, you know, you tried to kill and failed, gets to walk around like a god. Gets to walk around protected from you, even though you're willing to give your life. And he, first of all, didn't take the bait, but did say something to, in an earlier conversation that said something like, when you have seen the things that I have seen, would understand why I'm ready to die for this, or why I'm ready to do this. And I said, what did you see? What does that mean? What did you see? And then he went shh, and pretended to be on a stupid fuck radio and ran away from the conversation.
Okay.
Yeah. So I don't know what that was, but
allegedly, again, taking this with a grain of salt, you know, disclaimer, everything that I have witnessed and, you know, gotten info from is mostly anecdotal and from people who can and do lie sometimes, so take it as you will. That's my disclaimer. Brian Knight, on his phone call with Charlie, apparently Charlie wants Brandon Valentino iced because he knows Brandon Valentino is going to be the next him. Whenever Charlie dies, Brandon Valentino is going to be the next one. Allegedly.
What? He's not scary.
He's not, but put anyone in a mask and put him in front of people who don't know better.
Oh boy. Oh.
But I digress, didn't mean to.
I'm not even. Man.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm gonna be able to, like, take Charlie seriously. Knowing he's Brandon Valentino. I would quit. If I knew my replacement was Brandon Valentino, I'd be like, why am I even dying for this? Clearly anyone could do it.
I'm wondering if that's why he's bringing the energy he is?
Maybe. Huh. That's the best they have? Really?
It seems as though, based off of partial conversations I've overheard, Charlie is deeply displeased with the caliber of the assets that they have.
Oh,
At
yeah.
least he seems to bitch to Brian about it pretty frequently, but I don't know if it's just him and Brian having banter, which I'll get into a little bit later.
Actually, you know what? I'm trying to think of, like, who I know that's a faceless asset that could be in my mind as, like I hate them as much as I hate Charlie, and I have, like, this sense of, okay, let me lock in and not, because I would, like, fuck around with the guards, right? I would back talk them. I would try and get in their heads. But when it came to Charlie, like, I didn't want to get shot. I didn't want to get tortured.
Yeah.
And that's because, to a certain extent, as much as it actually kills me to admit this, I do fear Charlie. I don't know that there's a single asset that I know of that I would fear as Charlie. Like, to me, they would be beneath the guards. They are. I mean, it's because they are beneath the guards, right?
And they're going to be discarded as soon as all of this is done. I think a lot of them may be under the impression that they're going to get something bigger out of this once everything's toppled over, but they fundamentally don't understand that it's also their own livelihood that's getting undercut. But that's neither here nor there, because they're doing it anyways.
I'm going to read a book to you off my tablet here that talks about sacrifice. And it was written by Victor Blackwell. And I think it pertains quite often, or I think it pertains almost solely, maybe not solely, but largely in part to the role of Charlie. Because I'm now thinking of, like, these assets and them being groomed for this position and what that actually means. So give me a second here.
I presume you've already seen the most recent, or have you? Wow, that's a strange question to ask. Have you seen any of the videos from the malware that's been downloaded?
Yes, I have.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I presume you've seen the one with Brandon Valentino in it.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, very good. I'm very interested. This is so fascinating. It's cool how it seems like, at least with a couple of the points that they've gotten to, that Eliza and CJ have come to similar conclusions based off of different...
Oh,
different information.
Where are you going? Where are you going?
I don't know. Mine coal, I guess.
We're gonna yap for a bit longer. Are we in the clear? Can't see.
Yep, we're in the clear. He's past the garden.
Okay.
I'll let a little bug on you.
All good. Thank you. Okay, here we go. There is a word men like these use carefully. Sacrifice. Not loudly, not for show, not as theater. They speak it the way some men speak duty, oath, or inheritance. I misunderstood that for a long time. I thought sacrifice in structures like this meant simple loss. A body, a wound, a missing name entered quietly into the next report. It is more than that. It is the understanding, sometimes spoken, sometimes not, that anything lasting will eventually demand more from a man than comfort, certainty, or safety. Some men turn away at that point, others do not. That is the difference I have come to respect even when it unsettles me. Charlie taught me that before I knew how to name it. Not only the man, the posture, the willingness to keep moving even when the role asks too much, even when the burden is larger than any one person should carry cleanly. People from the outside see men like him and imagine violence first. They miss the harder truth. Violence is easy to notice. Burden is not. The burden is what remains after the order is given, after the room empties, after the dead are counted, after the man returns carrying something no one around him is equipped to understand. That is where sacrifice really begins. Not at the moment of impact, after. In the carrying, in the silence, in the decision to continue anyway. The deepest structures are not built only on force, planning, or wealth. They are built on people willing to give more of themselves than most others ever could. Not because they are empty, but because they have convinced themselves the thing they serve is larger than their own fear. That is not nothing. That is not weakness. It is also not clean. I think that is what troubles me most now. The men closest to these structures are rarely fools and rarely blind in the way outsiders comfort themselves by imagining. Many understand the cost better than anyone, and still they step forward. Not always because they were ordered, sometimes because they believed the weight would fall somewhere worse if they did not take it themselves. That is where loyalty becomes something heavier than obedience. It becomes guardianship, brotherhood, shared burden. And once men begin to feel that, sacrifice no longer sounds like theft. It sounds like proof. Proof that they were serious. Proof that they were chosen. Proof that the thing they carry matters. I've seen enough to know how dangerous that can become, but I've also seen enough to know it is real. A team that remains together under that kind of pressure is not held there by lies alone. Something deeper takes root. Trust, pride, duty. The quiet understanding that some roads can only be walked by people willing to lose pieces of themselves and keep their hands steady. If Charlie is a carried role, then every man who has borne it has inherited more than a name. He has inherited expectation, burden, memory, and perhaps the unspoken knowledge that one day the structure may ask from him exactly what is asked from the man before. That is not a small thing. That is not cheap. It should not be spoken of cheaply. I no longer think sacrifice is what makes these men tragic. I think what makes them tragic is that they understand enough to feel the cost and still choose to stand where others would flee. There is honor in that, even when the structures above them are colder than the men below. Perhaps especially then. If this page survives me, let it be understood clearly. The deepest structures do not endure because men are easily spent. They endure because some men decide the burden is worth carrying, even when they know it may mark them, diminish them, or outlive them. That is the kind of resolve most institutions borrow, few deserve, and almost none understand. Victor.
I dare say. If this was coming from any other avenue, I would say that is very commendable and moving. But seeing the methodology and the way it's being applied makes it a little more questionable, but that is some incredible insight, I'll say that for certain.
Yeah, I will say, I think you're actually right on the money on my thoughts on it as well. I think having this grand purpose of something outliving you and being willing to sacrifice every single thing, including your life for it, is honorable in a sense. I just, when you really look at it, these people are sacrificing themselves for what is very likely a bunch of very rich men with nothing but greed at the top.
Precisely.
What an honorable thing to die for. Power and destruction. Just because you rebuild something to have power does not make you the savior in it all. You still did the damage.
I think
No
that's
honor
the thing
in
they're
that.
deluding themselves with. Precisely.
Yep.
Wow. This must have been an absolute, forgive my French, I suppose, but an absolute mindfuck having to
Oh my god.
absorb all of this with everything else going on.
Yeah. Yeah.
How did you, if I can ask this, how did you all escape?
Well, those bomb collars we had on were designed by a operative named Owl 8. They were in charge of, I guess, a lot of the surveillance side of things. And we robbed them as well of their manuals and shit, and got a lot of information from the books in regards to their schedule, the rooms they worked out of, the power supply, the cable routing that all linked up to, I guess, our collars that prevented us from leaving. Because getting off the island, it was not the hardest part, because we could just sail and hope we hit land, right? It was that if we crossed the threshold, we would blow up. In fact, at one point, you know, Owl, who, through speaking to him, I realized had a bit of a disdain for Charlie and felt he had a bit of a more inflated sense of self than most of the other guards. He brought me to this tugboat where he was, you know, checking maintenance on it. And I swam over there with him. And we're looking at it, and he's talking about what parts needed to be replaced. And then I'm like, okay, so where do we get the parts from? Because I obviously wanted to steal the parts, repair this tugboat, and, you know, have an escape plan. He goes, why the fuck would I tell you that? I go, well, why the fuck am I here helping you then? Why'd you bring me over here? And he goes, well, I brought you over here to inspect it, but all you've done is stand there.
Okay.
And I was like, well, I don't even remember what I said. I talked some shit about, I don't know. I talked some shit to him that pissed him off. And he went, oh, okay, you want to do that? You want to play games? And he pulls out this tablet. And he's like, let me just program your bomb collar. All right, now, if you take a step forwards, backwards, right or left, you will blow up.
What?
Goodbye. then he starts walking away, and I was like, really? Really, you're gonna do this? Fucking asshole. And then Charlie radios him and is like, why isn't CJ moving? Why is she just standing there doing nothing? And he goes, I don't know why she's not moving. I don't know why. I'm like, you're such a fucking prick. Like, come on.
What a
I didn't actually say that. I was quite scared, actually. And then he finally, you know, uncalibrated it. But basically, the premise of that whole story was that the tablet was needed to disable our collars so that we could steal the tugboat that had crashed
so
that we were looking
funny.
at to get off the island. So we made this whole plan. We had to get into a control room where he left his tablet, which was on his schedule, to steal the tablet, to disable our collars, to then run and get the tugboat, blah, blah, blah. Now, the only problem is we were constantly kept in a small area. And if we left that area, we'd blow up. And that area was definitely not where the control room was. And, well, I tried breaking into the control room multiple times, to which the first time, I'm pretty sure Owl 8 walked out and was like, what the fuck are you doing here? And I said, I was sent here to get a forklift or something. Then he radioed Charlie, and I was lying, so then I got in trouble and got told to leave. Second time, we're all working on these giant fucking airplanes and shit to drop bombs here or whatever. And I just take off. I just take off down the airstrip, and I make it to the hangar where the control room is, and I see the door. And I'm like, oh my God. And I run, and I see the control room. I run to the control room, and I run up the stairs, and I'm about to open the door, and Charlie walks out. And I'm standing there face to face with him, and I go, hey, Charlie. And he goes, 10 seconds. I'm like, I needed to pee. And he goes, 10. And I just fucking booked it. So I was like, okay, guys, like, clearly we ain't making it into this control room, right? Like, I don't know what we're going to do. Well, that's where Ethan Gray comes in. Ethan had figured out a way, supposedly, to disable the tracking on our collars. But that's it. Not the bombs, just the tracking, which meant one night, we're just sat there after working, and our trackers, which we were told this was going to happen. It happened once while I was asleep, and they repaired the tugboat while this happened. And then the second time, we're all sitting there, and it goes, collar malfunction, or something like that, or desynchronization, or something like that. And we just book it, because we know we're not being tracked, which means as long as we're not seen, we will make it to the control room. So we make it to the control room, we bust inside, Queenie grabs the tablet, she disables our collars, we head straight for the fucking tugboat, get on the tugboat, Harry tries to stay on the island, and Lang goes back and gets Harry. Yeah, Harry the entire time was just, I want to work for the Faceless. I want to work for the Faceless. And we're like, what? Okay. I said, like, why? Like, what's going on? And he said he wanted answers. So, I don't know. I don't know what's going on with Harry, but... Then, they get on the tugboat, and as we're choo-chooing away with the train, as we're away, fucking helicopters come out of nowhere. So then it's a blur of shooting helicopters, screaming, repairing the boat, more screaming, shooting the helicopters. I think I shot Nancy in the head at one point. I don't even know. Everything was just, it was a mess. They were flying fucking jets over us, trying to bomb us. And eventually, I don't even know. We must have been fighting for days. We're in the middle of the fucking, whatever fucking ocean is out there. I don't even know geography. I don't know where we were. And no land anywhere in sight.
No.
It is fucking shitting rain. All right? Wind is blowing us around. Like, you step out of the cabin and you just get launched. The boat at some point is just like hitting a wave and capsizing and barely making it back up, and we're getting flung off. And at one point, I go flying off this boat. Like, the boat tips and everyone goes flying off, and I'm screaming. I hit the water hard. I come out of the water and I look up and I hear, don't get on that boat. And I look over and there's this dinghy that's beside our boat. I'm just swimming back to the tugboat. I'm like, I don't know who that is, but I do not want to get on that boat. I get back to the tugboat. Turns out that boat was Clark and them. Yeah.
Really?
And guess how they knew to help us? Both Darkstone, allegedly, and the Oracle.
What?
Yes.
Wait,
okay,
what?
I'll get into how confused I am about that in a moment.
Okay, because I was about to guess maybe the marshals because they've been working with them, but that's crazy.
Nope. Yeah. So we're on this boat, just fucking sailing. We get away from Clark's ship, and shit's getting bad. The boat's on fire. The storm is just sinking us, and eventually it's just too late. And down we go. The ship sinks. We're all just swimming now. We're looking around. There's nothing anywhere in sight. You can't see anything. It's all just ocean. And, for a moment, we're just like, okay, well, we're gonna die. We're gonna die in the middle of the ocean. This is it. And everybody, dooms for a second. And then I'm like, okay, there's no way we can just die in this ocean.
Yeah.
So then, after a brief we're gonna die doom sesh, we all just start swimming. We're like, fuck it, we might as well swim until we can't anymore. So we start swimming. Oh, by the way, Queenie hopped onto Clark and Luciano and them's boat and left when all that was happening. So, yeah. Everybody else is swimming. We're swimming for ages. My lungs burning. The fucking multiple bullet wounds I have are... The multiple bullet wounds I have are burning from the salt water. I'm lightheaded, I'm dehydrated, I have heat stroke, but I'm also freezing. Everybody's just not doing great. We're all suffering, and we're starting to think, like, is this it for us? Are we, I don't know how much more we can swim, and we eventually stop. And we're like, maybe we should take this time. Maybe we should just understand when to give up, when it's over. We can't swim anymore. That's when we hear it. Helicopters overhead. It's a faceless. They found us.
No. Like, I know how it ends, but
I'm
this
like,
is
great, I
nerve-wracking.
would actually rather die in this ocean than go back there at this point. I don't know if I can do that again. And then... That's a plane. Faceless helicopters blow up! A float plane just demolishes them. Just goes straight past them, blowing up the faceless helicopters all around us. Then it circles back around, splash! It lands. We're like, what the fuck? Hey, help us! Help us! I swim. No idea who's in the fucking driver's seat. Fast up. I think has a hood. I'm not sure. I was on the side of the plane, so I couldn't see, but this is Tony or Bjorn. I don't know. Bjorn's description. I'm like, oh my god, thank you. I don't care who the fuck it is at this point. They just blew up faceless helis. I'm getting on this fucking plane. I hop on the plane. We take off. My jaw hitting the floor when I see land, and guess where the fuck we are? Fucking Los Santos.
Wow.
Oh my god. So, we land at the airport. I'm like, I don't even know if this is real life at this point. And off that motherfucker goes. Goes in and picks up the rest of them and shows us over. And we all get in stolen vehicles, and we just drive up north, and we make it here to where Sab was. And the rest is history. But circling back.
Oh yes.
let's say the Oracle is Roman Gray. Let's say Roman Gray knows everything about everything, you know, a lot of shit. Why the fuck would Roman Gray, aka the Oracle, why the fuck would the Oracle enlist the help of Darkstone to save us? Or I guess to send useless motherfuckers to save us.
That's what I'm... That... Who did you say he spoke to?
Clark and Zeke was there too, I think.
Clark. Okay. Darkstone, very interesting. That is very interesting.
Yeah. So basically, everything I've told you up until this point, let me think if this is wrong. Outside of private conversations with Charlie, and the very obvious points that, you know, are left unsaid, everybody on the island knows. They saw all the books I saw, to a certain extent. You know, they were a part of everything as well.
Okay, good to know. Out of caution, unless it is seen as pertinent otherwise, what I'm going to share with you, I'm only going to tell you and Lang.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, just because these people are privy to what happened does not mean I want them privy to more. In fact, we're not even supposed to be bringing any faceless shit here. This is like a no-fight sanctuary. This is a retirement home.
I'm afraid that certain entities aren't going to let that stay this way for long.
What makes you think that?
Shall I dive in?
Yes.
And I'm pulling my bullet points up. Alright, this is going to... Motherfucker! Are you serious? Are you serious? Anyways. How's it going, chat? You all saw that, right? You all saw that, right? Brother, I was emotionally preparing myself because I'm like... I was like, I'm gonna be doing a lot of talking. A lot of talking incoming. Oh, okay, gotcha. It was everybody. That is so fucking funny. Chat, I think right now is an amazing time to check in. Make sure you're staying hydrated. Grab a snack if you haven't had a snack in a hot second. And whether you're chilling and lurking or bopping in chat, I really appreciate you all. Thanks for sharing the good vibes. Hey! On a horseshoe bat! Whew! Okay. So fucking funny. So fucking funny. Alright, let's hope that I remember Paranoid Goblin! Hell yeah, it's been too long. It is always a fucking blast to RP with TJ. Buttery bees, I'm working as fast as I can! Alright, where are we? Polito Busta. Oh yeah, we're right here. It's like CJ lock in and I'm about to do a fuck ton of yapping. Donde? Oh, wait, our beverage never beveraged. That's okay, we can... Okay, let's hope our beverages this time. Excuse me. Woo! That was so funny. You know what? That is true. No, I think... Eliza's theory as to why they're not gonna leave Lang alone is very kind of loose, but... Well, we'll stand here and chill while everyone gets, you know, gets their tukuses back in. Yeah, hold on real quick while I pull up my cheat sheet. This'll keep things short and succinct. Surely this'll help me keep things on track. I'm not even gonna look at that. That's just gonna drive me fucking nuts. Oh. So, that's another drink that Eliza probably didn't drink. Oh, is the server just having little hiccups, little moments? If it's a server-wide thing, I don't feel so bad, but I'm getting edged! I just want to talk about it. I've been holding on to this stuff for so long. I need someone to hear it. Please. Wait, you know what? It is. Chat, let me know when it's up for real. What up, medical horseshoe bat? I hope you're doing great. Psy Games! Don't stop till the finish! Whoa, 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 whoa! Hardcore RP detected. Ah, that's so true! It's the biggest RP that we've had in fucking ever! Okay, so they have an independent training version where you can literally just set it up. You can just set it up and it'll auto run, which here's the thing. Running it on your, running it yourself is a lot better, but if you're trying to farm for like legacies and whatnot, this is a pretty solid way to do it. And also try to up the archive levels, which ever since I started doing this, the archive levels have been just leaping upwards. Easiest carrot farming that I've done in a hot fucking moment. Just so good. Okay, we want, do we want long? Ooh, we do. We want long and medium. Yes. Okay, I might have to axe some of these. Ooh, yeah. I think I should. Okay, I think I'm going to... Which... I think I might... Let's see. Late Surger. I'll keep those, because those are fun. I'll keep that. I'll get rid of Stamina Eater because there's no drop for that. I'll keep that because it's a gold skill. I'll drop that because it's only 1 hint level. And yes, okay. And we can, and we can get both of these. Yay! And we'll drop one on, do we want it on rainy days? Do we want it on rainy days, or do we have like a, Lucky 7 actually is better. Hell yeah. Wait, really? That's bananas. Also, honestly, a lot of the costumes that these characters have would be improbable to create in real life, so any cosplayers that do try to recreate these horse girl racing uniforms, kudos to you, because the stitching, sewing skills that you need to pull it off, definitely beyond what I got. Also, I hope y'all can forgive me. I do play this game with the sound off most of the time. Oh, hell yeah, okay. We'll try logging in again. After I do this, in case it crashes again. Hold on. Okay, we just did Manhattan Cafe, which I cannot wait until I get her to 5 stars, because I think she'll be... Okay, Hishi Akubono. She scares me. She's a sprint, but she's so fucking tall. And I don't think we have any good... Yeah, that makes sense. Is there anyone who's a good match? Because I guess we want to pace. If we want a pace chaser, we could do her. And then what if we do you? No. You? Oh, God. All of these are bad. All of these are awful. Oh, wait. It's because I'm stupid. Okay, there we go. Okay, I think we'll do a guest for this one. Only if it gives us a significant boost. I don't want... I want someone who I know is a good sprint. But I don't think we're gonna get... Actually, you. That... Is that good? I kinda hate it. We'll use one of our own. We'll use one of our own and we'll go... Ooh, Maruzensky? No. We'll do Kurinchan. Hell yeah. That'll be a good build. That'll be a very good build. Like, hello, independent training. It's a pace chaser, so I'll keep it balanced. Hell yeah. And now we just sit back and let the horse do everything. The sound effects in this game are what makes the number go up so good. And I will say the music is very catchy. Hell yeah. Alright, auto training. We check back in about 50 minutes, and look at that. Free points! Incredible stuff. Okay, we'll spin the roulette wheel later. Alright, chat, let's give it another shot. Let's hope that we, don't disconnect right away. After we have the character drink a drink and the drink goes, it disappears. It doesn't do anything because it usually takes like 5 minutes for the server to recognize things. Which isn't a server problem, it's just how the game works. Ow, ow. Get it, get it! Thank you, Toothless. Your input is invaluable. Alright, get in! Chat, I hope you all are enjoying the RP as much as I am. Okay, this is gonna be a lot. Oh. I don't know what that, okay. I don't know what that means. Let's try that again. You've been banned from the server! You dropped too much lore! It's down again? Oh no! Everyone got booted again? Who in here said that it was time to... I'm joking. Okay, but what if we load in again and we're the first one to get in after it goes down? That would make us the winners! We're the winners of RP! We won roleplay! Congratulations! I'm the winner! PayPal me $1! Boy, I'm so glad I won roleplay. Now I can afford dental care. Stupid. Honestly, Decoy, it's been a while since I've turned my chair around and really got on the level of the kids of today. See, your old Uncle Kaylee, really seen a lot. And yeah, I'm able to hit some slick licks on this here guitar. But you know what the slickest lick of all is? Contributing to capitalism as a low-level wage worker, benefiting the middle management and upper management so that the people who invested in the company can get some benefit, right? I mean, your labor is the one that's creating all the value, but does that mean that you should be the one getting compensated? Absolutely not! That's how I would do an after-school special if I was evil. Alright, we're not drinking anything! We're not gonna sip on anything. That's 2 whole bevies flushed down the toilet. Oh, wait, yeah. What's our PayPal? 731! There was a 1 in there. Graveyard Chamber, that's so nice! It's always a blast getting to RP with TJ. So I'm glad that Eliza gets to have someone to properly spiral with. Because who knows what's gonna happen in the coming days, you know? I feel like this music might be a little too... Hold on. I think... Let's do... Let's play with that. Let's play with this vibe. And then if I hate it, we can always switch it. Alright, we're not gonna drink a goddamn thing. We're sitting right here. Either that or we'll have to rain check for tomorrow, which I don't want to. Yeah, if it poops again, we might... well, we'll keep trying. Let's see. Alright, if I do it like this, it might be a little better. So it's pretty dark right now, but that's the way it's gonna be. Man, there's one thing in particular that I am so excited to have Eliza tell CJ, but we gotta build to it. and I hope we get the chance to get to it. There's a couple of things I think Eliza's, like, or at least me, Kaylee, the role player, am very intrigued to see how this bit of RP will go, but... Whew! Oh. Del Rico! It's just one of those days. Everybody sucks. Hey, chat. What if you think? What do you think if we? What do you think if we? What do you think if? What do you think if we? I'm willing to hold out for a bit, right? Because I really do want to get to this bit of RP, because I think it'll be interesting. I think we hold. I'm gonna hold for a little bit. Sap broke something? Oh no! That is kind of funny. Oh no! As a Joker for realsies. Here, well, I'll do this. I'll do a little bit of this. Ooh, actually, I could just pause the music. I can pause the music. I can come over here and do this. There we go. Hell yeah, life is beautiful. And I'll turn the music on. There we go. Chat, there's a special event going on in Umumusume, Pretty Derby, called Wings of Steam and Steel. Because I've been using the auto training mode, I beat it pretty quickly. But you can collect tokens that you can use to spin a roulette wheel. Yay! Hell yeah! Let's go. We're gonna complete a bingo card. Oh yeah, and you basically, when you hit things on the wheel, it fills out a bingo card, and when you get a bingo, you get extra prizes. Yay! I feel like I'm jingling keys right now. Ah! I am fried because I was so into the RP while it was happening. But that's okay, because you know why, chat? Number go up, horse girls! Hell yeah. Actually, chat, should I? Okay, so I have auto training going on right now. Here, we can do, I think we can do a team trial. Now, the team is either going to lose every race or it's going to win 2 of them. Because we're kind of out of our league in this group currently. But I am working on trying to get my horses up a bit more. Here. Ooh, let's turn that off. I'll let you watch. Actually, the dirt race should be fun. Okay, so we have Agnes Digital. Oh, wait, no, that's someone else's team. That's someone else's team. Oh, yeah, we have Taiki Shuttle. What? Who are you? You shouldn't be here. I feel like you're outclassed. No. No, no, no. Where's mine? Oh, yeah, and Haru Urara. Oh, yeah, here. I'll let you all watch. This is a great way to get unlocked. This is a great way to completely lock out of some really fun RP. Alright, chat, we'll do this race and then we'll load into the server and hope we don't get kicked out. Chat, are we gonna win? It's a dirt race. It's a mile dirt race. I think we're probably gonna get our ass beat by Ogre Cap. I'm gonna be so for real. Wait, we're the #1 fave? Ow! Wait, is Agnes Digital gonna sweep? Are we gonna get our shit kicked in? Chat, I never watch the races. I always spam through them. Okay, this is fine because Agnes and Haru are like late searcher and closer, and then Taiki Shuttle is a pace chaser. So we'll see what they do in the final straight. Okay, they're positioning well though. I think it's a good sign. I think it's a good sign. Agnes is pulling forward a little more soon than expected, but I know. Okay, okay. Ooh, okay. Oh no. Oguri Cap's already pulling way ahead. Yo, get him, Haru! Get their ass! Yeah, Taiki Shuttle, get their ass! Yeah! Get him! Oh, we're gonna get our ass beat. Oh? Come on, Agnes Digital, you're a freak. Come on, you got this. Come on, you got this! Oguri Cap is gonna wait. Are we gonna actually win? Shut the fuck up! No, 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 no. Oh, we got so close! We got so close. No, the second I saw Oguri Cap was racing, we were gonna get our shit kicked in. It's not even funny. I know. Yeah, oh, look at her in the background. It's okay. You know what? We got third. They're restarting? Oh, thank you, Paranoid Goblin. You know what? She got third. That's not too fucking shabby. Hey, okay. Not too bad. Do we get to watch another one? Ooh, okay. Ooh, okay. We have our own Oguri Cap, but they got a U-grade Fuji Kiseki. That might kick our ass, chat. Yeah, okay, so we got Oguri Cap, which I want to run her again in the grand concert scenario because I think we could get her even further up. Because if I can get a U grade in speed and then an SS plus in wit, I think that might be a better build. But I need to find a way to get these scores along with a higher score in power because I think that's where the character thrives. Who are you? Why are you here? That's not good to race in. Oh, wait, she has a Fuji Kiseki with a higher score than me, chat. We're screwed. We're absolutely screwed. Ugh. Zach, that feels so for real. Okay, yeah. Ooh, Maru. Okay, El Condor Ponsa, Maru Zensky. I really like this build. Here's the thing. It's saying #1 fave, #2 fave, but I think Fuji Kiseki is going to stomp us. But I probably shouldn't be thinking so negatively. Alright. Okay, this is a turf race, which all of these characters have a proficiency in, which is good. They're not even even warming up, they're just yapping. Chat, they're not warming up. No! Actually, wait. You know what? I think we'll be able to trounce the vodka because of El Condor Pasa's passive negative effects. Or buffs. Look at that! As long as they stick to... Because I believe Maruzensky is a frontrunner, and El Condor Pasa and Oguri Cap are pace chasers. So they're a little further behind than we want, but... Oh, actually, wait, no. Cap's in a really good spot. I have a feeling Maruzensky, I don't think I have enough stamina for the character for the build that I have, so she might get overtaken. That's too soon! Maruzensky, no! That's too soon! Oh, that's too soon. You activated your skill too soon. Mama, if you win this race, I'll be surprised. Like, good for you, but I don't think that's gonna work out the way you want it to. Cause look, it's Fuji Kaseki! Right on your fucking heels, and you activated your extra too soon. She's gonna take it. I know she's gonna... I don't want her to take it because I want to win. But look at her, she's on your ass because you activated your special too soon. And you activated your special too late. You're lucky I love you. Actually, wait. Wait. Is she... Oh, man, it's gonna be... Oh, my God. Wait, it was like 4 of them at the same time. Yo! Bro, I underestimated vodka. I should have known, but I knew Fujikaseki was gonna give us shit. But we got first, and that's all that matters. You see, you would be further up if you didn't... Hold on. You would be further up if you didn't activate your special too soon, and you would be further up if you activated your special at all. Thank you, Mad Mike. Let's see. Let's do... Actually, wait. This race should be insane. We'll do one more race. That way we know that the server's not going to fall out. Oh, she's in a bad mood. Oh, no. Oh, no. Tokai Teo's in a bad mood. She's not going to do well. Polka step. Okay, she's probably going to donkey stomp everybody. And it'll be great to watch. Huh. That Daiwa Scarlet might give us trouble. But we have Mayano Top Gun. Which is funny because this is just a character that was made up based off of Tom Cruise. which is kind of... If I'm correct, this is a character not based on an actual racehorse. Or it might be based adjacent off of a racehorse that they couldn't get rights to put in the game. And then we're like, this is our Tom Cruise horse girl. Because all of the other horses, or the majority of them, are based off of, like, actual Japanese racehorses. Which is so fascinating. Okay, we have Tokai Teo as #1 fave, but she's in a bad mood, so I don't know how that's gonna work. Here, we'll just skip. We'll skip to that. What do we think in chat? You think this is gonna be a win? I am legitimately surprised that Oguri Cap won that last mile race for us. But Tokai Teo is my best medium racer, so who knows? Will her bad mood duck everything down, or will it all work? Oh, wait, that Mihono Bourbon is gonna give us trouble. Okay, okay. she's got such a lead. Okay, okay. I guess we won't be able to tell until the final straight, right? Oh, this poor horse in the back. Who invited her here? She's not, she shouldn't be here. Just wait, she's gonna pull up and beat everyone. That's exactly what's gonna happen. Ooh, okay. Is she gonna be able to overtake? I don't know, she has such a strong lead. Anyone want to activate their special? Thank you. I've never seen that animation before. That's really funny. Tokai Teo, what about your special? Too little, too late. Okay, that's adorable, but you should have done that like 200 meters ago. Oh, wait. Yeah. Hey, we did our best, everybody. Hey, don't look sad. No. Bro, she's sad. You know what? You got second. I think that is something worth celebrating. Okay. Okay, let's actually lock the fuck in and focus, chat, because there's RP. There's RP to be had. Alright, chat, like I said before we lock back in, right now is a great time to check in, make sure you got snacks, hydration, all of that jazz. I'm going to take a moment to get back in the roleplay headspace. I need to lock the fuck in. There's RP to be had. And I take this shit seriously. But kudos to TJ for being a good sport. Hopefully TJ wasn't waiting too long. Gotta love Obsidian. Gotta love Obsidian. Alrighty. Alrighty. Hello? Oh, okay. Hell yeah. Whew! Alright, lock in. It's time for some motherfucking roleplay. Okay. So, as I was saying.
3 hours later.
Can you move it along? I'm all out of time cards.
Can you hear me quite all right? Hold on, I might need to, we need to go to our mutual ear cleaning spots. Okay. Hopefully that was enough space. I'm feeling a little bit better.
Hello.
Ah, all right.
All right. Gosh.
As I was saying.
Yes. Please go on.
I shall go in a linear format because that feels like the easiest way for me to remember. And then, if you have any questions, please interject and the like.
Okay.
Thank you all. I forgot desktop noise was still on. So, to keep it brief and succinct, last thing I remember, I was down and out. When I woke up, they told me that they had to do a lung transplant on me. They had to pull like 60 plus bullets out of me, which, let's be honest, I earned to some degree. Some degree, not a full degree. And I believe I woke up the day after you all were taken, if what I was told by the marshals is to be believed. I was approached by Brian Knight, Lydia Vale, Octavius Scarpetta, and they told me that they wanted to extend an offer that either they return me to Bolingbrook, which in my mind at the time would have been certain death, truly, or I allow myself to be taken into the marshal's custody for protection because they thought that I was on a list to be kidnapped by the Faceless. I was notified that Lang and Alfonso were taken after a convoy was ambushed, which, after the context you gave and what I'm about to share in a little bit, wouldn't surprise me if certain individuals with the marshals were responsible for organizing. They also told me at the time that a group of people were picked up from the prison and were either willingly got onto the helicopter or were forced to get on the helicopter, which to some degree kind of sounds like a bit of both for certain individuals. They said that they had to get approval from the state and the mayor to do such, or from the DOJ. So Sean Danielson ended up signing it off, and I was given my parameters. I was to be in disguise, incognito, go on ride-alongs with them, stay in a safe house, all of that jazz. And for the first couple of weeks, I stuck to that. I did not exist as Eliza at all, did not give out my phone number to anyone else, except for the marshals that I was in custody of. At the time, I figured that that was likely going to be my best avenue in trying to figure out where you all were, as detestable as it is to work with the very people that were sniping us and actively trying to murder us all. I ended up learning quite a bit. I went on ride-alongs with people like Brian Knight, Cassie Lockhart, James McAllister, Octo Scarpetta, etc., etc. And I learned some very interesting things. I'll share a mix of what I think is crucial information and sprinkle in some of the tea I got because I think it'll be good to have some levity in there. So if you're not interested about any particular subjects, feel free to tell me to skip.
All right, sounds good.
First dumb bit of info. Officer Crystal Clear lost her memory because Kyle Pred shot her in the head. Later, Kyle Pred tricked her into marrying him so that he could avoid getting prosecuted against.
Okay.
So there's that. All right, with that out of the way. One of the first things I ended up learning was I overheard a conversation that Brian was having on radio about how Lucian Varthus and Craig Barrett got access to DOC records. Are either of those names familiar to you?
Yes. For sure, Craig Barrett.
Mm-hmm.
Lucian Varthus, is that the power guy?
That is the archivist. So,
got it, yeah.
Craig Barrett, former marshal, interim head of the marshals after Gunnar Kane was impeached, has been working with the archivists. Lucian Varthus, which at one point we thought was just one person that was the representative of the archivists, is actually a shared name that multiple people who are a part of the archivists work under, kind of like Guy Fawkes for Anonymous, if that is something you are familiar with. So
not really, no.
So kind of like...
But I understand the premise,
yeah.
for sure.
So they got access to the DOC, just ledger files, you know, imprisonments, all of that stuff. Craig Barrett has been involved with the archivist since presumably while he was a marshal. And was one of the people who met with the Faceless on behalf of the archivists all the way back in January. So presumably, and there's been some other bits of anecdotal proof here, the archivists have been actively working with the Faceless, since the archivists have been working with accessing state-level documents, bank documents, etc. Previously, they were doing it to expose corrupt individuals in government, like Michael Rozelle and Junior Huntley. But they stopped posting things publicly. They started sharing things secretly with the people that they have aligned themselves with. They are also the people that, for a period of time, were responsible for power outages that would happen in the city periodically. They are the ones that have been helping the Faceless know how to access these systems and shut them down without the pomp and circumstance of blowing things up, even though the Faceless still have been doing that.
Okay, I need you to pause for like 2 minutes really fast. Just give me 2 minutes.
No worries. The Archivist is kind of a tangential thing, but I feel like that's good to share otherwise. Anyways. Oh, of course. Gotta make sure the cat's fed. And I think now is a good time as any, because we haven't really gotten super deep into anything yet, so... Oh, that's adorable. Honestly, her cat sounds really polite. Whenever Bob's over, he's, very vocal. He acts like we starve him, even though he's fed quite a lot. And rather in a gourmet manner, I shall say. Okay, let's hope. Das Liz, thank you so much for the sub. Ooh, do we think this is a good time to... Do you think it's a good time to... Ooh. Should I... You know what? While that is happening, I'm gonna go re-up on my water, which I should have done by now, but I'll be right back. All right. Okay. Remember to stay hydrated, chat. Whew. All right. Oh, easy. We'll go a little bit higher up. Just because I like the cinematography of this instead. Hell yeah! Thank you so much for the subs, everybody. Ooh, okay, wait, if she's... Okay. Hold on, I'm gonna be that guy and go grab one more thing, 1 second. right.
All right.
All right, so archivists. That's basically the bulk of what I have to say about them. Are they super important in the grand scheme of things? I think they do play a significant puzzle piece in regards to some of the ways that infrastructure is going to be shut down.
Yeah, I can see that.
Now, in regards to Brian's relationship with Charlie, I think you know better than most people that he is a very silver-tongued sort that kind of uses plausible deniability and lies by omission very much to his advantage.
Yeah. I find that he just says a lot of bullshit, but says it in a tone that makes him try to sound like he knows it for a fact, and you were like stupider than him.
There was a lot of brouhaha at the prison. One day, it was probably, I don't know, like 4 or so days, with me being a ride-along, where Shang was caught trying to smuggle something in prison, where it later became revealed that Tony was given, allegedly, take this with a grain of salt, take everything I say with a grain of salt, Tony was given an offer to stab Clark as his ticket to wherever Lang and Alfonso were. When confronted about it, Tony lied and said he didn't know anything about it. Brian called Charlie. Charlie said, "I don't know what the fuck you're talking about." Brian basically says to Charlie straight up, "Hey, I will deliver Tony to you as long as you stop causing issues." Well, that's great, isn't it? Charlie denies, and then whatever happens, the details are a little lost on me. Tony ends up, I don't know if he succeeded in stabbing Clark or what, but he ends up getting picked up and brought to the island willingly, is my understanding.
That is all factual information.
Good to know. But Brian was more than happy to, act as a facilitator so that they wouldn't have to deal with the prison anymore. Brian also really spent a lot of time lamenting, and I observed in person something that we're already quite aware of was, by and far, most of the departments are more engaged in petty, catty bullshit than actually doing anything of value to protect themselves or other people. Where it's been falling on the few officers, and I'll even be generous enough to extend the few marshals that actually do work and care about protecting people. But I also recognize I am witnessing this from a explicitly privileged position. I don't know if I would still be... I'd like to think I'd be able to fend for myself on my own, but I do not know if I'd still be alive if I was left to fend for myself on my own. Simply by virtue of the fact that I, in the first week, could not physically walk for more than maybe a minute at a time. So, I'm going to acknowledge my perspective comes from that experience. That's not to say that there are still individuals that are incredibly callous and disconnected from just the base aspect of humanity that their job demands. Brian expressed a lot of opinions that I thought were interesting. He expressed, Darkstone can't be trusted, most of the PD can't be trusted, the government can't be trusted. And I think that is a very interesting perspective that a lot of members of the Marshals share, of their own volition, which I think is really interesting. There seems to be a growing restlessness about whether or not the oath they made to the state is what they signed up for, which is a little ironic, but, you know, at least they're coming to that consensus eventually. The satellites that are pictured in the faceless tablet, those change position sometimes. For a while, they all pointed at the Epsilon building, which has multiplied in the number of satellites that are on top of it. There was a day where they ended up raiding it. They weren't able to find anything, at least based off of what I heard, weren't able to find anything significant with these satellites on top, but did find something while they were raiding it. What that was specifically, they did not share with me. There was some information I was privy to, some, regrettably, I was not. Based off of my own poking around and bits and pieces of conversation I can overhear, the satellites that are on top of Epsilon aren't necessarily connected to the satellites that are shown in the tablet from the malware that's been downloaded. To what purpose they have, that is still very much lost on me.
Interesting, okay.
Let's see. Note about... there was a weird drop-off that was sent to the Marshals that basically was a Morse code message referencing, go back to the place where it all started, where they are believing is October 13th of 2024 at Humane Labs, where Dr. Asher and others were seen working on something. This is believed to have been the neurotoxin that was later revealed in the video by Dr. Ryan Keeger, who worked with them. Why this breadcrumb was dropped to the Marshal specifically, that is a little lost on me, but there has been more activity at Humane Labs from assets either taking things. I think it might have been taking records, if I'm correct, because the same thing was happening at the vault in Vinewood. They were looking for things that were kept in safe boxes in the vault, specifically dongles and external hard drives belonging to Darkstone that had like security encryption things on it. That is how they were able to get the PC to raid the Epsilon building, because Diego, among others, were involved in that. You already talked about the first pillar message. I suppose it's that code that's 844, a bunch of 3s, a bunch of 4s, all of that.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, that was the number that flashed in one of the faceless videos, and apparently the Marshals have been getting that particular cipher sent their way for months now. So the first pillar is something that they've been discussing for quite a while, presumably. basically, they received it from a radio transmission that they heard at the news building. Apparently one of the satellites was transmitting it, and one of the marshals intercepted it. They have a couple of marshals that very much specialize in, like, encryption, digital stuff, the like. Brian had access to a faceless application that talked about Project Convergence. Does this sound familiar at all?
No.
Basically, it was an exercise for assets to intercept a Merryweather delivery, which had more information, or relay equipment specifically, that can get information or extract information on like power infrastructure specifically. And it was something that a Darkstone agent had access to. That is basically what the Project Convergence was about. It's connected to the toppling of, the gas stations, power and water, etc., etc. That is where a little bit after that, basically the day came where they started blowing up all the gas stations, and that is where I ended up running into Alfonso. I was there. I was in the car. Brian had pulled up. It was at Strawberry Gas. Alfonso was there, tied to the bomb, presumably after attempting to shoot Charlie, and that was his punishment. He and Brian had a conversation. I did not hear it. Brian pulled me from the vehicle and told me that I need to go and speak to Alfonso. And Alfonso told me, "You need to find Ian Crawford. He knows where they are." That's what I had to go off of. That's really what I had to go off of. I imagine the rest is clear. He probably told you what else happened. He got blown up, needed surgery, got held at the observatory, etc., etc. And that is when I started learning a little bit more about Ian. Of course, we recognize his name from the Wolf's documents, and at least his first name from the journals that we read. Brian shared with me that he believes, and I should note, I did not share anything with him. I told him about the Epsilon building, because I felt like that was probably going to be the most productive thing. I spilled tea on the Epsilon building, I spilled tea on Tree Boss.
Whoa, wait, not that we blew it up, right?
No.
Oh, okay.
No. Absolutely not.
Okay.
No, just, because it's relatively public knowledge, and I wanted to at least show that I was playing ball. Just, my ownership of it and my encounters with certain interesting figures therein. So I ended up learning from Brian that he believed that Ian Crawford works as sort of a logistics guy for Darkstone. He floated the theory that Ian was higher up, or, maybe a leader in the Hollow. Whenever he said the Hollow, he phrased it like it was a group, not a location. And I thought that was very interesting. Ian Crawford helped the Marshals explicitly find Amanda Miller And Brian kept talking about how they had such a difficult time trying to get her because she kept trying to run back to Blackridge, who was the security company that allegedly was undercover trying to snag her. Now, Brian believed that they were trying to kill her, but based off of what you just said about the Oracle and Darkstone, I'm wondering if there's more context that we're missing. Maybe she legitimately saw them as safe because of her father.
So confusing.
That's the thing, right? From the Marshal's perspective, Amanda Miller was a dumbass running to the security company that was undercover trying to kill her after they got warned by Ian Crawford. But I think with the added context that you shared, there's other perspectives that are missing. That's still a little lost on me. But the Marshals legitimately believe that Blackridge was paid off by the Faceless to kidnap and deliver Amanda Miller somewhere else, which I think we both know that the Faceless don't have to pay off someone who's already working for them.
Yeah.
He went on about, he has his theories as to why the prison was being targeted. It could be because of Cleveland. It could be because, this is Brian's theory, that there is a Cerberus bunker that is still under the prison. I don't know much about this, but he seemed pretty convinced.
Right.
Let's see. McNulty, his impeachment came because he had access to something called the Iron Ledger, which, if I'm correct, is associated with Darkstone. Take it with a grain of salt. And McNulty was helping kind of give access to it, and that's one of the ways that he got caught and impeached from the Marshals. There's definitely more to that, but it's probably all that they could tell a presumed civilian such as myself. Ian Crawford was spotted by Skylar Sparks meeting with Hassan Bashari at the golf course. I have a couple theories about this. Actually, a little more now that you've given context that Treeposs were on the island. So it could be that maybe Hassan and Ian were planting seeds for them to come to the island if shit got bad. Maybe because Ian is allegedly involved in logistics, he spoke to Hassan because Hassan is a pilot and owns a plane transport service. It could be any number of things. From Charlie's phone call with Brian, we spoke about that a little bit. He expects to die. He knows what he signed up for. He has conviction, yada yada. Thinks Brandon's going to replace him, and thinks that it would be very funny if Brian kills him just to get rid of the trouble for both of them. Let's see. Previous head director of the Marshals, Richard Dark, had been working on for a while basically breaches on infrastructure as early as 2+ years ago. Basically, power plant computers, raw oil, different places that harbor important infrastructure getting broken into, nothing particularly stolen, but clearly hacked into, which I find interesting. Let's see. The archivist, which I referenced earlier, forgive me if I'm repeating myself, did assist the Faceless in extracting financial documentation from 2020 up to now and delivering it to the Faceless. What purpose that is, I do not know. Oh. It's nice and relaxing. There's also Brian shared some information with me that I think was pushing me to maybe test to see what I knew or what I would react to, that I can confidently say, for the most part, I did not know before. He told me that he knew definitively, whether or not he actually does, who knows, that Lang is the one who shot Victor Blackwell. He's saying he has a gun that ties Lang to all of it, and as he would reveal each piece of information, he would go, "Oh, did you know this? Oh, you never told you? Oh, wow." You know, kind of that thing. I'm a consummate wannabe know-it-all, but not that much that I would take the bait when it's delivered in that manner. Then...
Jesus Christ.
He ended up talking about some other things that were really interesting, that I am going to be brief with, because I know that you are more than intelligent enough and capable enough to gather the meaning of what I'm saying. Brian told me that he was present when he was a young officer. He was present at the bombing of the FIB building. Went into depth at how he was disillusioned a bit at the time because his chief of police, Bob Smith, didn't really do anything about it. Basically wanted them to pull off and take care of something else instead of tending to what happened. He mentioned seeing something that was left there that tickled his memory or was intriguing to him. He mentioned something. He mentioned his involvement with the Isle of Sanguine. How he was, he paid witness to an argument between a father and son that turned into quite literally a civil war, and acknowledged his own mismanagement of how things went down, with how a medic was used to bring a bomb inside.
What?
To take out the insurgents. Yup. And he lamented that if he were more in charge at the time, he would have, as he has now, conscripted civilian militia members to help fight Sanguine.
Wow, so we've gone from medics to civilians now? Yep. I guess progress has been made.
I believe medic herself was Veronica Mars. Now...
Oh, so progress has not been made.
Apparently there was some misunderstandings as to what happened. Apparently she was supposed to plant the bomb and leave, but something happened. There's a lot kind of messy there. He then brings up President Davis's assassination and a symbol that was left there. And then he brought up a building that something happened to up in Polito that a symbol was left at. He was being very pointed with the way he was saying things.
Did you say any names?
Yes. I'm not going to say it out loud.
He said that?
Yeah.
In what way?
In describing
Without,
the symbol.
Okay.
Yeah. That I think is important for you to know. To what depth and why he was sharing this information with me specifically, I legitimately do not know. I think it was in loose association with... I've dealt with things similar to the Faceless before. That was kind of the angle he was going at. My memory's a little overborne, so the exact tone of the conversation I cannot replicate, but it was very much a matter of fact, but saying things in a, well, I'm gonna say this, and then, you know, if you have anything to fill the blanks with,
Classic
you know the
Brian.
way, you know the way he talks.
Yeah, the exact way he talks. Yeah, I know.
You know, I just like listening sometimes. He was saying interesting things. I just wanted to listen. You already know the connection between Darkstone and Blackridge, and you already know Victor Blackwell's connection to Blackridge. The fact that he was more broadly involved in things than we originally know. Now, that makes sense. If Ian has that special relationship, why the Oracle would try to target him specifically. So, for about 2 weeks, that's basically what I got. Listening to theories, paying attention, being undercover, not talking to anyone. It got to the point where I recognized that as nice as gathering information is, and as useful as it can be, there comes a limit, right? It's been 2 weeks, and I'm no closer to finding out where you all are. I'm not going to stand here and delude myself, thinking that I'm going to be the one coming in Rambo-style, guns a-blazing to save you all. Do you think I would be able to do that? Yeah, maybe at some point, but not when my lungs are fucked. So I had to start thinking of different ways to be productive, because I really had no way to know what was happening to you all. The only context I have is what the fuck happened to McNulty and Ming. And if that's what and Barrick Johnson, and if that's what they'll do to them, who knows what the fuck they would do to you all. So I had to slightly pivot. I talked to Brian Knight. I got permission to have a GPS tracker attached to me. We disguised it as a hypoxia monitor for my breathing and whatnot. I doctored up a fake manual and doctor's note just to keep it plausible. And I sort of, it was overly obvious, but I started putting myself out there so that if I do get kidnapped, maybe this GPS tracker will at least, you know, lead us in the right direction. Now, it was a gamble. I considered that it would be a gamble because who knows if, you know, if they took me, would they bring me to where you all are? Would they take me somewhere else? There's a lot of different things that could have happened, but I needed to do something. It also was getting to the point where the marshals were getting so busy that ride-alongs were becoming more and more unfeasible. It was already a pretty big privilege I was being afforded, and I didn't want to push it too much, especially if I'm trying to forge this seeming relationship that I can benefit from in the future, you know? So I put on the monitor, I put my number out on the lemon list, I kiflommed on Twitter, posted a picture of myself, you know, in moderate kiflom gear at the Vespucci Epsilon booth, and pretended that I had lost my memory. I mean, that much oxygen loss after what happened? Super plausible. That is when I found out I was drawing more attention than I originally anticipated, which I should have. Certainly an oversight on my part, where Benji, Lizard, Big Mac, Jeff, JJ, Clevin, all pulled up asking me questions, grilling me, and I just, Oh, hello, Kiflon, brothers. Are you interested in learning about our volunteer opportunities? It's objectively what I do best. So I threw that at them. They kind of prodded and poked a little bit, and they seemed satisfied. But I wasn't going to take it 100%. So they let me be. And I went a couple of other places to try to, play the part of the amnesiac Kiflommer. Try to see if I could bait the Faceless out to grab me. Again, it was probably overly obvious, so it, as you can see, wasn't effective. But it was something. If anything, it told me that I wasn't as much of a mark as the marshals thought I was, but it was probably best that I not express that, just so I can keep utilizing the protection that they gave me. And I'll be honest, the safe house and the food and the money was really helpful as well. They've been showing me a lot of generosity, especially considering what one could say on an objective level is me being a bad person to them, if I wanted to be simplistic about it. But seeds that I had planted a year and a half ago ended up being beneficial. Joe Rosner, who is a marshal now, is someone that I gave his first car and money when he first moved here because he was homeless. So he gave me money and a car when I needed help. So, however we want to look at it, at least, I was getting a little bit of a karma kickback. I continued trying to play the false Kiflommer while switching into disguises, keeping an eye on places like the FIB building, like the golf course, like the Legion Square building. Trying to be discreet, but seeing if there are any anomalies, any individuals that showed up. A little bit after that, that's when I had a ride along with McAllister, where he told me about some of his theories about the Faceless and how he had been pinged to meet Ian Crawford a couple of times, but Ian never said a word or gave him anything. Now, whether or not that's true is besides the point, but it's something that I am logging as a curiosity, especially since this person likes to... I don't know if he's waiting for someone to say something in particular, or if he is just rage baiting because he really does have that much power. After a while, I wasn't being particularly successful, but I was getting reached out to by some members of the Epsilon group. Dixie had reached out, and then Diego, who was very concerned about me, which I found quite touching. He reached out to me and wanting to see how I was doing, saying he was worried. Tried to convince me that we had known each other for a very long time, and wanted to meet up with me. For a couple days, I put it off because I wasn't sure how sensible it would be to meet up with him. But if I did, there was maybe something I could get out of it. So we ended up meeting up. He basically tried to jog my memory. He seemed rather perturbed that I could not remember him or anything that we had gone through at all. He admitted to me and apologized that he was the one that, tried to do me in. And he lamented that we didn't have the relationship that we used to have, and wishes that if he could go back and change things, that he would. I found that very touching. In a further effort to try to jog my amnesiac memory, he brought me inside the building and tried to lead me through a guided meditation to, bring me back to my roots and wake me up. Hopefully as the Eliza he misses, not the angry, bitter, vindictive Eliza that I had become before I lost my memory. still couldn't remember for the life of me. I really couldn't remember, but he kept telling me about his intentions with, you know, the Epsilon program and Epsilon group, and he sounded very contrite. It was very moving. It was very sweet. He brought me to the roof of the Epsilon building to see if he could try for one last chance. Jogged my memory, because we had spent hours on the roof of that building talking about the future, talking about our fears, our hopes, how much we cared for each other. I'll have to say, he was very convincing. There's a small part of me that did miss him. He wanted to further jog my memory by pulling up the MDT to show me my laundry list of charges. And while his face was buried in that MDT, I pulled out my knife. And I let him know that I remembered everything. And I gave him one last chance to tell me the truth. Because before, he was swearing up and down that he had nothing to do with the Faceless. Absolutely nothing. And then, on the knife's edge, he admitted that, well, he kinda worked for them. But just, you know, protect the Epsilon people. I asked him if he had ever read the Tract of the Ninth Paradigm at all. And why even go through the trouble of trying to bamboozle me in the first place? I didn't really let him finish his sentence before I slit his throat.
Please tell me he bled out and died on that roof. God, it would be like Christmas. Finally, some good news.
I don't know exactly what happened to him, but there was another that found us, which I probably should have anticipated, but that was Dixie Renee, someone who I had warned multiple times about Diego, Epsilon's association with the Faceless. She's another one that just wore blue in a medallion and walked around as if that made her anything. And I gave her an opportunity to tell me the truth after she has lied to me multiple times. And when she just kept crying, wouldn't even say a word of reason, I did the very same thing to her that she did to me, and I stabbed her in the back. Because I'll be very honest. There's not a lot I can do, but if there's a small amount of rot that I can excise out of something that is presumably my responsibility still, least I can do. Now, I would like to pretend that it was super slick and cool that I did all of that. I can't even say that I feel vindicated. It just felt like I did the right thing. I can't really say.
Was it even like a little bit cathartic?
There was, I will admit, there was some catharsis.
Good. Good.
Not a punching the air cheering catharsis, but a somehow I could breathe a little bit easier catharsis. Almost immediately after, well, when I was in the car driving away, I got a phone call from Brian Knight asking, "Hey, was that you? I just saw a 911 come from the Epsilon building." Didn't answer.
But did you have a tracker?
I took my tracker off.
Okay. Then why the fuck would he think it was you? Just because it's Epsilon building?
Probably. But then, after a pause, he said, "Was it Faceless?" I was feeling smug in the moment. I know a smart person would keep their mouth fucking shut, but I said, "Yeah, probably. Yeah, they probably were." And he said, "Good shit. R.I.P." And then hung up. Trying to think. I have tried to. I was cautious for a couple days after that because I'm not gonna bank on me weaponizing Brian Knight's fetish level hatred of faceless assets to be my safety blanket. So I kept clear of the safe house and other things for a day or so after that. Made sure that my tracker wasn't on me, as unideal as that is. After that, marshals were checking up on me as per normal. No one's approached me about it. Dixie even called me to apologize. And told me I was right. And she's left the Epsilon program. So either I am currently hallucinating, or I played my cards the way I intended and things are just working out for the first time in forever. Up until today, I've been maintaining, contact checking in, but it's been a lot of, even before what, the gift that I gave Diego, it was kind of turning into radio silence from the marshals. Not by virtue, let me say, more by virtue of how busy they are, because the other departments, by and large, don't do any work. So it's kind of up to the marshals to cover those bases, and there are some limitations on what a ride-along such as myself is allowed to be privy to. Oh, I didn't even talk about martial law! Oh my god. You know martial law right now?
Yes, I was made aware.
I was in the room while they were recording the announcement. Which was confounding that I would even be allowed in there. But I think it might have been... It could have been Brian leveraging the situation to allow me to have a first-person view. I don't know if it was necessarily a sarcastic, this is how martial law should actually go thing, or a, you know what, I fuck with you, Eliza, this is what's going on with the state right now, as to further support both of our musings about how the state is really controlled by the faceless, or, those above the faceless. All of that said, wrapping it in a neat bow, there's probably huge fucking chunks that I'm missing, but I have yapped ad nauseum for quite a bit. I've been debating for the past couple of days whether it is fruitful for me to continue where I'm at, or simply recognize that I've gotten what I can out of this, and to move on to something else productive. Because after witnessing all of this, what they are targeting, how they are targeting it, if they wanted to drop a nuke on Los Santos, they would have done it by now. If they wanted a big war with the militia that Brian Knight is building, they'd be approaching things differently. But they really are just knocking out the foundations of San Andreas so that people can turn on each other and finish the job for them. And then, I said this a bit earlier, but I really do stand on this. Like what they did with the courthouse, with Nest Construction, whether it's Nest or whether it's someone else, which I have an inkling as who that someone else was supposed to be. They gave me a book over a year ago. A gift is never just a gift.
I remember.
The worthy are chosen before they are aware. Something, you will soon see the stage we have set for you. Probably not just me. There's probably a fucking reason they gave me a white card. And what the fuck Epsilon Collective is doing associated with all of this. And why I was getting so much praise with my rinky-dinky, not to undercut it, with my community service projects that I was working on. That's the kind of shit that they're going to want to leverage and utilize once all of this is broken down. That's where I think the puzzle piece fits in. Sure, there's the satellites on the Epsilon building, but I legitimately think there's more than that. I could be way off base, but I was going to be, or Epsilon, right, whether it was me or not. We were going to be expected to perform the helpers after everything falls apart. I mean, Nest has funneled billions into Epsilon before. Why not again? It makes sense that a nonprofit would have a fuck-ass ton of money to help reupholster fallen infrastructure. Regardless of whether or not they are filthy kiflamers, people would, you know, general populace that doesn't give a shit would probably be delighted. That's what I think they thought. Or that's what I think they were intending to do. And we're going to be put in a position, once this fallout, non-nuclear fallout, shatters through, how do we break free of that umbrella? I don't know about you, but I don't want to be beholden to any planted opposition supported heroics.
Yeah, that's question with very dim looking answer.
Yeah. Again, that is a...
Because, I mean, we can't do shit if we're being honest with ourselves.
I will recognize it is a cockamamie-ass theory. And it's, like you said, very dour. But at least looking ahead on how to rebuild if we're able to survive this is the most hopeful thing I can cling on to right now. Because I'm realizing more and more, especially with how downtrodden a lot of people are, the wider war has been won. Not physically, but ideologically. Which doesn't do me any pleasure to say, but we are thoroughly outgunned, outplanned, outmanned, outnumbered. I almost quoted Hamilton, and I felt like that was a bad idea. I didn't want to quote Hamilton. Which leads me to... Before I say anything else, do you have any questions? I just threw up.
I have comments that I can make in regards to a lot of things you've said, but I want to make sure you get everything out first before I raise them.
I hope any modicum of that information is useful. It is a lot. That is what is leading me to my next worry. There is... You rightfully pointed out that there's connections between things. And I think some of those connections are a lot tighter and have heavier implications than I want to muse on right now.
Okay.
I had...
Wait, no, keep going.
Oh, okay. I had a very interesting conversation with Lando and Lexi. Lando reached out to me. Where I ended up learning about what happened on Sanguine and what happened leading up to the governmental collapse that first time. Learning a little bit about who Lando is, who his dad is, who his uncle is, what kind of people they were, what their connections to Sanguine are. Also talked a lot about the orb, but that's neither here nor there. Lexi ended up offering, without any prodding, that she was one of the people who ran Sionis Industries. And Lando's father, Denzel, who ran the Smoking Gun. We have his uncle, Nino Chavez, who was the owner of the Pegasus Concierge Hotel, which has certainly had a lot of interesting inhabitants as of late. Then there's a comic book store a little further north, up the street. Just right across the road, really. And then a place you really care about, which I will admit, I did my best to check on it. I tried to lockpick my way in, but I felt that any further attempts from me to try to get inside would potentially damage the doors. So
that's fine.
Okay. I honestly just checked. I will make it very clear. I did take off my tracker and made sure that it was somewhere completely
Okay,
different
good.
every single time. And I tried to be discreet as possible. I would just check the doors for any, or windows for any signs of break-in. Didn't see any, so hopefully that's some small comfort, and hopefully you'll get a chance to see it yourself sometime soon. With that said, there has been a lot of focus from these investors on that area and things that are associated with those people. That is... Oh! And I walked by the Pegasus Concierge Hotel. You know, it's super casual, just walking. And in that entryway, there was a golf ball at the front door. The Faceless have this gesture that they do to each other sometimes, where they kind of mimic the swinging of a golf club. I don't know what significance it has, but clearly that was left as a message to someone else. Tying this back a little bit, the reason why Lexi and Lando wanted to speak to me is because they were wondering if I understood whether or not they... Let me rewind slightly. They believe that the Faceless is them from the future because of their associations with the
I
Playboy
did
Mansion
hear
and
this
the-
from
okay,
them.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, we can skip over that one.
Okay, you got it.
I think it's safe to say that they are probably not the Faceless.
I agree.
Yeah.
It seems fantastical, but Lando is certainly an intriguing individual. That is for certain. With that said, there's a lot of puzzle pieces floating around there. And if what happened in Babylon is any indication, I think Lang has some things that they want. I'm basing that based off of a couple of things. And if it is true that they do not want him dead, clearly they gave him a little bit of leeway on the island. Either they've got other plans for him, which is likely, or there are people associated with this that have deeper connections than either he knows or than he lets on. I am not going to presume that I have the privilege to know any of those details. That's not why I say this. Hopefully I'll have a chance to say this to him directly, but I don't think they're going to let him retire in peace. I think trouble's going to continue to come to his doorstep. And by proxy, definitively you as well. That is what I am worried about. When Lang asked me a little earlier what I found out and what I learned, well, I wanted to say that so bad, but that wasn't the time or the place.
Yeah, I realized he asked you that while we stood in a circle of like 7 people. Okay, some notes. First off, you being targeted by the Faceless, yes, you were. Semi my fault. So, when we got to the island, how we got to the island was how I explained, but if we want to actually break it down, I believe Nancy was chosen when Charlie asked for a name from Lang and Sab. Now, I think they originally asked for Nancy because they wanted to kill her, but that could have just been like them yapping once we got there. I don't know if that was true or not. Myself, Queenie, and Skipper allegedly were chosen and picked up by Charlie or whoever his boss is or whatever. That was not a choice made by the prisoners. Then they came to us, so Charlie came to us and asked for a name. Or I guess the first night that we got there when we were all sat in a cell, they asked us for a name. And to clarify, during this point in time, we were under the assumption that they would be destroying the prison. They would be bombing it. They'd be killing everybody in the prison. And I did not know for a fact that you would not be put back in said prison. So I said, we need to get Eliza out. We need to get Eliza. So I would rather you be on Torture Island with me than dead. So we said your name. You know, it was a vote, but not really, because I said we're choosing Eliza. So your name was chosen. The next day, Charlie comes up to me and he says, Eliza is with the marshals, so we can't get her. Which, one, he tried to use as like mental warfare to fuck with my head and try and convince me that you would basically like flip to the marshals. And two, this does not really make sense to me in a grander scheme of things, because who else was with the marshals? Lang and Sab.
Yeah.
So how could you guys so easily get Lang and Sab, but now you can't get Eliza? Doesn't make sense. When did that stop you before? Unless it would be super beneficial for, let's say, Brian Knight to have the group leader that was running a prison, taking it over and separating it from the rest of the state that they couldn't get inside, to get rid of this person and have that separate state collapse and turn into their own prison again. That's why I firmly believe Brian Knight cut a deal to get rid of Lang and Sab.
Yeah, that's so fucked up but believable. Yep.
Yeah. So,
Damn.
yeah, I mean, just countless times, every time I asked if you were good, where you were at, blah, 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 he would just try and get in my head saying you were with Brian Knight, you were with the Marshals. I said, I don't think that's true. He's like, he had this whole thing on the island where he kept saying, why would I lie to you? I would never lie to you guys. I don't need to lie. Blah, 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 blah.
Huh.
Yeah, it was weird.
Funny. Brian said something similar to me. You know something, Eliza? I'm not a liar. I don't lie.
They do actually have some similarities I see between them for sure. Maybe it's all the time they spend chit-chatting. Okay, next point I wanted to hit was I actually think I misconstrued something that Charlie had said to me, or misinterpreted it, or like associated it with the wrong thing in my mind. So I asked Charlie, and this is after learning like through the books I stole, exactly what the Faceless's whole, or I guess even the people above them, I should say instead, their whole shtick was, the blueprint of their plan for the cities before us and us now and the cities after us, and how they bring a city to its knees just to have somebody come in and save it because people are willing to take, you know, to take that person's hand when they are suffering, because they are suffering so badly that nobody else is going to save them. That's their whole shtick, right? And I realized how late into this game we started playing.
Yeah.
How late into these schemes they were, and we were only starting to see it now. So I asked Charlie, was there a day where we could have stopped this?
Damn.
And he brought up Dr. Asher. I'm pretty sure he brought out October 13th, 2024.
Okay.
And then he jumped to the next topic, which was the Black Mass shooting, or going to shoot Edgar. So that got connected in my mind, but if that was nothing to do with Dr. Asher, then I think it's more likely it was the October 13th thing that you talked about earlier. Which actually makes a lot more sense, to be honest.
Fascinating. Okay.
So yeah, I mean, I didn't even live here when we could have stopped it. And from that day forward, it was too late. Well, if you believe anything that man says.
I had 7 days where I could have stopped it. I moved here October 4th, 2024.
Oh my god.
I really fucked up, CJ.
Are you kidding me, Eliza?
I should have known.
Are you kidding me? What were you doing?
Honestly, I was standing on the boardwalk saying Giflam to people, seeing if anyone wanted to plant flower gardens with me. Actually, I was trying to start a soup kitchen. I really fucked this one up. Sorry, this is very serious. I have to say, it is the most distinctive relief on the planet that you're alive.
Thank you. I'm very glad you're alive too. Holy fuck. I'm also glad I'm alive, because Jesus Christ.
It's one of those things where I feel like I've heard so many things, and there's probably some things I missed from the word barrage that I just threw at you. But having all of this information, and what does one do with it? But at least it feels like a bigger part of the picture has been formed. To whatever word that has. Perspective always has its uses.
Now, I'll say this. we went through. I mean, obviously, New Babylon, that ending, and the resistance, that was tough, right? But Cleveland was its own personal hell. And I went from that, and Lang as well went from that into that island. And that island, I skipped over a lot of the, maybe suffering is a word I'll use. But in that, I think also just seeing how easily people betrayed me. Nancy, who I called a friend, the things she did. It was a lot. It was a lot, and I think now that we are here, everyone is very tired. I think this place, I understand now. I think I got back and my feet hit the soil, and I was so angry at the Faceless and whatever is above them and all of this grand scheme they were doing. And I knew I was looking failure in the eye, and I just didn't care because all I wanted was to see them bleed, even if it changed nothing. I just hated them so much, and I still do. But I think I understand now why this place where we're standing is needed. Because even though I don't think many people here will say it out loud, I think that some healing needs to happen. Some moments of peace, you can call it that, as the city unfolds around us. And there is no room for this fight here. There's no room for any of it here. You know, we're not permitted to bring the marshals, the Faceless, any of that bullshit to this door. So I guess what I'm telling you now is wanting to continue down this path, understand what's happening, and try to get ahead of it. If that's the road you're looking for, then you got to keep it out of here. I want you just to be informed before you make that decision.
Oh, that is very understandable. And I could have tempered some of what I shared with you. Absolute last thing I want for any of you is to be more burdened than you already are. And I'm not going to stand here and pretend I wasn't, in a way, complicit with what happened in Cleveland. I know it's not a pleasant thing to bring up, but I have to say it out loud. I have to acknowledge it. Standing there and saying, hey, we shouldn't torture people doesn't really accomplish a whole fucking lot. Especially when I claim to have been wanting to do it for the sake of information when there were things happening that I wasn't aware of. And even then, I still stood idly by while you all walked into the mines. So I truly am not going to stand here and act like I am owed anything. I'll be honest, I was even slightly surprised that I was called here. I imagined with my position with the... as a being babysat by the marshals, kind of, when they're not busy. You'd probably not want me bringing attention here in the first place.
I don't hold Cleveland against you. And I'm sure many people that I've held it against will call that hypocritical. But you and I have always shared a separate understanding. And when you told me that day that you were in that position to gather the information of the communications that were being had, I understood it and I still understand it now. You know, that's a decision that, frankly, I might make too. You know, I don't think anybody expected the lines that were crossed to have been crossed. I frankly believe that we applied so much mental pressure to people that just could not handle it over that resistance time and the fall of New Babylon and how exhausting it was being on the run, that people that did not have the minds to resist that just snapped. I think every single day we ran, it bent a little more and a little more and a little more. And then when they got put in prison, they had been out of control of every aspect of their lives for so long that they were so desperate for an ounce of control. And the second they had that, they had power over other people. They had a gun in their hands. They could not even see who they were looking at, who they were torturing, who they were throwing into cells, who they were walking into mines. There was no history with these people. There was just a semblance of, I finally have control over my life and other people's, and I'm not letting that go. Does that make me forgive those people? No. I think they're weak. But a lot of them, I hold no hatred at all. I think I have no time for weak-minded individuals. I never will. And I don't think you are weak-minded, Eliza. I think you are practical, logical, and you took emotions out of it. And shit happened that got out of control. And I understand that.
Took me a bit of a long road to get there. It's sort of strange. First, I will say, I shouldn't be so astounded by now, but it does astound me how much grace you have. I'm really moved by it.
Probably the only person that holds that opinion, but I appreciate it nonetheless.
It's true. I don't think anyone really understands grace. Or patience.
No, I don't think they care to try and understand much.
But you embody it in so many ways. It is deeply admirable. And it really took me, I think you can acknowledge this more than anyone else, it took me quite a road to get to the point of... I won't pretend that I'll ever be fully divorced from my emotions because I'm a human being. Right, if someone brake checks in front of me, I'm gonna get annoyed. But I think the moment it kind of clicked was when I woke up in the hospital. I didn't feel the need to cry or weep. I didn't have any thought about how I felt betrayed. All I could think of is how the bullets kind of felt like rain. And I was just grateful to be alive and awake another day to walk forward. And any pain I felt was a reminder that there's more work to be done. And I say that out loud knowing that it pales. Like, the opacity is all the way to 0. It pales in comparison to what you all went through. Truly.
We don't need to compare traumas.
It's not the trauma Olympics, but, you know, gold medalist over here. Probably shouldn't be so flippant about it, but...
That makes it easier.
But you all have... Not that peace should be earned, necessarily, but you all have more than earned the chance to have that moment to heal. Regardless of whether or not the Fates, or the Stormlord, or whoever deigns to let you all have that. I really don't know what's coming next. But I really hope you get that time.
I hope so too. What about you? What's your plans? You retiring, Eliza?
I am not certain as of yet. There are still questions that I hope to find answers to. But I don't know if I've exhausted my current avenue as of yet. And I'm not going to... As much as I dearly miss and prize your company, I am not simply going to give into what I want right now. Because if there's still any scrap or crumb of any information that could be useful, and if I am in a position to get it, I'd rather satisfy that than come here with unfinished questions and bringing that baggage into what should be a place of healing. I haven't been through what you all have been through. Probably not going to savor well that I come in going la 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 la. Oh, I got to pretend to be a Keflamer again, and I got to have a nice warm safe house and 3 square meals a day. Like, that's... I don't think that would be right of me to do such. But if I am needed, or even if I'm wanted, I will answer the call and help how I can.
Well, I will say, you will always be wanted here. I mean, I can't speak for others, though I do think that they do want you here. For myself, you will always be wanted here. But what I truly want for you is to follow what, as corny as it fucking sounds, is in your heart and in your mind. Because God knows how long we'll be able to do that. Not to sound like a doomsday.
You have every right to. You've seen it. I'll be honest. There is a part of me that does not know Either I am a gnat and the faceless don't really need or want anything of me, or because I walked away the way that I did, not knowing the full implications, I don't know if there's unfinished business. And I cannot, in good conscience, bring that here.
That's fair. I just better not see you on the front lines with the rifle, alright?
No. No, absolutely not. If anyone sees me on front lines with a rifle, I'm lost. Like, I'm legitimately lost. I stumbled in there like Mr. Magoo.
Really?
I should
Like,
not
wait,
be
shit,
there.
this is not ammunition. Where the fuck? Guys, I was looking for 9mm. Just I saw guns.
I was going hunting. How did I end up here? But with that said, as long as it's as long as it's safe, I won't be a stranger.
Good. Good. And I must say, I'm very, very happy to have had this chat. I feel like it's been ages since I've gotten to just ramble on about this shit.
Yep. Same here. And I love yapping. I've really had to keep my mouth shut. As much as I jest, it wasn't actually that hard. With what you said, is it going to be more beneficial or detrimental that I bring up my concerns with Lang?
I think there's always space for a conversation there, 100%. You know, like what I, contrary to very popular opinion amongst many people, Lang and I actually have very different brains. So what I might see as important versus not important, he might find something very different in that. So yeah, I think just feeling it out and seeing, you know, what he's interested in, I definitely think is a conversation that's wise to have.
Good. I do want to be thoughtful about not infringing this space with any martial or faceless, etc. nonsense.
Well, you can always preface that, right? Hey, I know I'm in your garden. This is the Garden of Eden. And you don't want this shit at your door, but I'm curious if you want to know anything that I have to share. Something like that.
Easily enough.
You always speak much more eloquently, though, so in your own way.
I think I'll use those words. Better to be short and sweet. Is that me? But with that said, I threw a lot of information at you, so as always, thank you for spiraling with me.
That was really nice. I needed that. Felt like a weight lifted, you know? Kind of just it being out there and us getting to reconnect. Maybe a step forward into whatever this is gonna be.
Brilliant way to phrase it. With that said, As much as I would be delighted to take up all of your time, I imagine the time is coming close to where I ought to part ways.
Gotta get back to my soups.
Oh, yes! Oh. I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of jealous in that regard.
I'm very excited for that part, I must say. Well, I'm really glad you came down, and anytime you want to visit, feel free.
Cannon will do. Oh. Oh, oh, oh.
Oh boy. Yeah, don't mind this garden. The leaves get in your eyes sometimes.
Oh, of course. Well, it's abundance. Impressive nonetheless. Well, if you ever need food deliveries or the such, let me know.
Will do. You ever want some soup? Come on down.
Oh, you better bet I'm going to come down here for soup. All right. Rest well,
Eliza.
CJ. We'll speak soon. Aw, yay! TJ's the best. That was such a fun fucking scene. We'll wait until we're back to the car. Yeah. Don't know if, chat, I, like, not that I forgot, but it's, like, always such a delightful surprise when we get to have scenes like that with TJ. Such a good fucking role player, man. I'm not gonna lie, I thought that coyote was a Black Panther for a second. I was like, oh no, Lynx Panther's here to finish the job. Yeah. I think Eliza's hoping that any of the information she shared was useful or helpful, but I think it's one of those things where, like, those puzzle pieces that they kind of put together. Now, I'm wondering if... this is like a loose theory that I have, but I am wondering if... like, maybe Ian Crawford and Roman Gray share the mantle of Oracle, but that might be getting a little too deep in the weeds, you know? Where the fuck did my car go? Huh. Yeah. Like, it feels like the Marshall's well is kind of drying up, but Eliza does, like, we still feel like we have unresolved things in regards to the faceless stuff, so it wouldn't feel 100% correct for Eliza to be all like, I'm gonna go to the Garden of Eden because that is where... What do you mean stored? Oh no! He's back at the garage. Alright, time to go get a bike. Actually, can we... Hold on. Okay, we're not that far away. Okay. Let's call Andy. Andy Coots.
Hey.
Hello and greetings. It's been a busy one, huh?
Yeah, a bit of a crazy day today.
I can barely imagine. How are you doing? I've been seeing glimpses of people being sassy on Twitter. I don't know if that's associated with you at all.
Not fucking... Yeah, not great. Unfortunately, it might.
Oh. I'm sorry to hear that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's what it is, unfortunately, right now. Are you safe?
At present, yes I am.
All right.
Oh?
I'm thinking of getting picked up at some point. I don't know.
Just in general, or in a worrisome
I'm
way?
waiting.
Not the pause.
Well, hopefully. Well, I'll tell you, I guess, more in person. But I am I'm waiting for a ride. Yeah, a safe ride. But I should probably get off the phone for a bit. But I will. I'll give you a call back in a bit. Is that okay?
Of course.
Okay.
Stay safe.
Okay. You too. Bye.
Don't get kidney papped, Andy. Hell yeah. Okay, I need to turn my air conditioning on because I'm fucking melted. Whew! Alright. Chat! Very good scene. Very good scene. I'm glad that we got to go down that rabbit hole and get, oh damn, that was filling. Get that context. I think it's a good sign that both Eliza and CJ have come to similar conclusions to things. And then that context that CJ had just, like, fully cemented it in my mind. Like, that was a full scale, like, oh yeah, that's the tea, that's what it is. That info about Ian's behavior is so interesting. What the? Oh, it's the music. I was like, what the fuck is this swiper no swiping ass sound that I can hear? There's probably chunks of info that I'm missing, but I feel like we covered the majority of the key points that we wanted to hit, at least. Can we swim with a cane? Actually, you know what? No, we'll hold on to it. We'll hold on to it. I wonder, I'm trying to remember if there's any bikes over here, because sometimes there's scuba tanks. Or not scuba tanks, sorry, ski-doos. It's tricky. I think we'll have to find a good anchor or something. Because as fun as it would be to join the Garden of Eden and do stuff there, I think Eliza's more preoccupied with the other stuff. Plus, tomorrow's Friday, and Friday is usually the day that Faceless do crazy shit. Actually, what did they... Oh, it was the military convoy. Yeah, Diggler the Dirk. But here's the thing, being chill, nothing particularly wrong with that, but Eliza's... It's interesting with the path Eliza is on right now, because it's very hurry up and wait. Whereas does Eliza, you know, continue to see if this investment has any payoff? Or do we do we take the challenging choice for the character, or do we go and hang out with people we really enjoy role-playing with? That's like such a derivative way to paint it. But I think that's, yeah, sometimes it is just nice to make soup with the homies. This is gonna sound so fucking goober, but I don't think Eliza's narratively earned that yet. You know what I mean? Even though Eliza has been expressing, the character has been expressing sentiments to the key of like, yeah, the war already has been won, you know, we just gotta figure out what the fuck to do to make it past all of this, right? Eliza does have that seed of a thought planted, but there's still doing, like, her doing what she thinks she can to mitigate any further damage. Because in Eliza's mind, there is still a little bit of that question hanging over her head as to, do the Faceless still want something from her, or has that already long passed? Extra garb, that's a really good question. It really is gonna be RP dependent. I think it has to be like every other avenue for Eliza that she would reasonably take has been exhausted. Because I think the key word that was used was retirement, right? Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. Yeah, the key word that was used was retirement, and Eliza, I don't think, is ready to do that yet. Even though even though the character has definitely hit some roadblocks, right? There's been some moments where there's been a lot of questions as to what to do next. I don't think Eliza's retirement ready. I think some of the things that she wants to do is plant seeds for where things can go from here. Because there is something that Eliza wants. Yeah, oh yeah. Jiggler the Dirk 100%. Like, everyone that's there has earned their retirement, right? Like, the characters have been through a fuck ton. And that's not to say Eliza hasn't been through a lot, but, like, they've been through a lot. And I don't know why I feel compelled to put, like, a Tim Robinson affectation on the way that I said that. Yeah, it sounds like they went through a lot of shit. And there's probably a lot that they're leaving out, too. They're traumatized. Yeah, Retro Remy. It is so fucked up, because CJ has been a character, from Eliza's perspective, that, to the best of her ability, has always done and said what she believes is best for people. That often puts her in the role of, you know, disciplinarian and whatnot, right? Where she's not able to engage in what is some of her own natural chaos and stuff, right? So all of that, all of what she has done has been, you know, to try to protect people, keep them safe, keep Babylon running, keep the resistance running. All of that was repaid with, oh, well, now that we're in power, we're going to use that to take our frustrations out on you. That's how Eliza sees it. Because even though Eliza's frustrated with how certain things have gone, like, I think we can agree that, like, CJ definitely got the most fucked up end of the stick, right? Because Lang lost his hand, but he still has his boys. And CJ has been someone that's always talked about, you know, it's gonna be a lonely road, and it kind of feels like the universe keeps punishing her and proving that right to her, right? Just time and time again. And even though, in Eliza's mind, right, she and CJ have... Ooh, hello? Okay. I goofed myself up because I was using the backwards camera. Even though Eliza and CJ have a special kind of relationship, Eliza's not going to delude herself into being like, CJ's my bestie, right? Because CJ's gonna have that wall up. Justifiably so. Mm-hmm. Carmela is going on a crusade! That is why you never get into a battle of wits and words with the girlies. Unfortunate. Actually, okay, when we get to where we're going, I'll have to take a moment to check Twatter, because I'm wondering if Clark... I feel like Clark is someone that would have some pretty good fucking clapbacks. And you know what? I think Zeke also's got a little... He's got a little kitty in him. I think there's a small, like, a sliver of him that has a little bit of that, like, RuPaul pussy on fire, where if he needs to read a bitch, he can and will. But will he though? That's the question. You know who I would love to see read the fuck out of somebody? Just because I know that this person can do it, and they'd probably be so fucking good at it, and we've seen slivers of it, but I would just love to see Queenie just disembowel someone with her words. I feel like she's got a lexicon and a library that can just read the fuck out of somebody. Yeah, McSack. One of my favorite things about the character CJ is those moments where you can kind of tell the character CJ, like, compartmentalizes an emotion and puts it somewhere else. And she has a very... How do I say it? The character takes on a very affable tone, right? And I think it's in those moments that either you are in the biggest trouble or CJ, the character, is the most fed up, right? Those moments where she's kind of like, oh, you know what? Everything's gonna be fine. That's okay. Which kind of lends a little more to when she has those moments where Eliza thinks that she's being sincere about, like, giving people grace and whatnot. Eliza's like, oh, she, like, probably legitimately means this. Why do I... Oh, because I... Sorry, I keep forgetting that I'm pressing C for the backwards camera. Where I guess it would make a lot more sense if I just did this. Genius. Big brain. Smarty. Good job, doofus ass. Anyways. Well, wait, we'll see if we hear back from Andy. We might... I might end in a little bit, because I'm tired as fuck. I'm still trying to get my energy back. But yeah. Now, that was such a fucking good scene. While we're kind of laying potential paths and whatnot for what things could be in 5.0, or I guess NoPixel 5, because we can kind of feel like we're getting to the apex of what this story is gonna be for these characters. And I don't want to, like, plan anything out, but it would be such a treat and a delight if we get to roleplay with them more in NoPixel 5. But who knows? Who knows what'll happen? Diggler the Dirk, it has been nuts, right? It has been bananas. I think we're getting close to when Babylon began, right? About a year ago? Mixac, yeah. It really adds subtext to a scene. Which, that's some of my favorite RP to do, you know, or just improv in general. Where the emotions aren't being expressly stated or shown. Okay, I don't know if that was coming from game or from the music. I'm gonna be so for real. Okay, we know that there are bikes on this beach. We're hoping that there are bikes on this beach. And if there are no bikes on this beach, egg on my fucking face. But at least we know this beach is relatively chill. Ian Crawford, what a strange guy. Do you think he doesn't talk because he's self-conscious about his teeth? You know what? Just to cover for the fact that he's such a frustrating enigma, we're just gonna ooh-woo, cinnamon roll, small beanify Ian Crawford. Do you think, chat, do you think Ian Crawford doesn't talk because he's shy? Oh, he's so shy. Oh, he's embarrassed. Aw. He went to the island, he had his fresh pressed shirt and pants, and he was so excited to meet the new people. He was so excited to meet the people on the island, but when he met them, he got shy. Oh no, chat. What if he always wants what if he wants to talk to people but he gets too shy? Chat. Oh no, chat, what if he just wants a friend? Chat, maybe he works with all of these entities because he just wants a friend. He just wants a buddy. Right? I don't think anyone could fault him for that. Ian Quaffle just wants a pal. And he's too shy. Oh. That's probably what it is. Stupid. Where are we going? Make sack! Hey, that's really nice. Thank you. I know that people may have, like, naturally, right? People are gonna have opinions with the way that I play Eliza the character. And, you know, whether or not I should be doing the most optimal thing for the character at all times. But I'm always gonna try to aim for doing, you know, the more interesting story as opposed to the most, I don't know, productive one? What's the better one? Not productive. Correct? I'm brain farting, so I can't think of the right word. I'm more entertained by doing interesting character choices than playing a character that makes the right decisions all the time. So, that's a really nice compliment. I really appreciate it. Can we, I feel like this might be too scooped to... Yeah, no. We'll do a little... He wants someone to invite him to join their bowling team! Ian, just start your own bowling team! Ian, if you start your own bowling team, other people might want to join. Chat, I'm starting to feel tired, but we're gonna wait and see if Andy gets back. Mother Hubbard. We're gonna wait and see if Andy gives us a call back, because there's a couple people that were gonna call us. I know Bobby was gonna call us back, and Annie was gonna call us back, and then... Oh, wait! There's this, a bunch of threes. A bunch of threes. I think it's probably high time that I should end relatively soon, because my eyes are starting to glaze over things and not actually reading what's in front of me. 4 hours ago. Is that how long our talk was? Ooh, okay. That's pretty fun. Oh, for sure. Right, especially with everything those characters have been through. Like, it 100% makes sense that they would be just done, you know? Like, imagine if, okay, if I were, as me, as Kaylee, in their position, and experienced what they did, I wouldn't want to talk to anybody. I would be like, soft bed, warm blanket, hot liquids, cold food, Do not touch, do not talk, do not be near me. That's probably, like, absolutely. Oh, for sure, lizards, 100%, right? For Eliza, it's like, I think Eliza's like, touch that. Oh, yeah, they've reached out to me. That shows a lot of trust, in Eliza's opinion. It shows a lot of trust, but I don't think she wants to revolving door it and wants to give them a bit of space. Because they have had 2 very different experiences. Yeah. They've had 2 very different experiences. Eliza's still trying to dig deeper. They're trying to just breathe. Andy, I think we've evolved to creating better disguises for Eliza. I think the fun thing is trying to think of, like, okay, what is something that this character specifically would try to wear as a disguise? And I think with Eliza's runaway arc, she got aura. I feel like this is probably gonna be the person that either, let's see, this is like a person that always DNF races, but is kind of like the vibes person, you know? Like, she's dog shit at racing, but she's an important member of the racing crew. That's the energy that we're bringing with this character. Oh, it's gonna be 17 degrees cooler tomorrow! I'm so excited! I don't have to be a swamp monster anymore! Life is gonna be so beautiful. Alright, I think we'll give it a couple more minutes and then I'm probably gonna conk out chat, cause... Cyberpunk Elf? Cyberpunk Elf sounds cool as hell. I'm trying to think. There's definitely some stuff that we missed from that chat. Chat, I'm kind of just decompressing from that scene. I don't even, there's a lot to kind of debrief from, but like I mentioned before, and I'll say this again, it is really cool that on a couple of different things, Eliza and CJ came to similar conclusions from different perspectives. Lizards in chat, isn't that fun? It is very hard to see the way from here for Eliza, because right now it's very much observing, listening, watching, and slowly Eliza kind of mentally positioning herself for what she does. Like, of course, she wants to mitigate harm where she can, how she can, but the more realistic thing that I'm having the character start warming up to is, what am I going to do once shit hits the fan? Because we already know who we can definitively depend on when shit gets really bad. Because there's a couple of people that have shown even when shit gets really fucking messy, they're there for her. And she's hoping that she can do the same for them. And, you know, what does Eliza do from here, right? Like, let's say everything falls apart, shit hits the fan. What does Eliza do? Does she consign herself to a life of slithering around in the shadows trying to gather info? Does she commit to a lifetime of being, you know, someone who rails against the system, commits crimes because she knows that the state is nothing but a faceless plant? Does she try to re-angle herself to resume some of what she was doing with the Epsilon program, but a little different? Does she kind of go a bit of the gentleman criminal route? Because definitively, sure, Eliza could go, I'm done with this, I don't want to do this anymore, and become a full civilian again. I just don't think that is possible or would make sense with the character's mindset now. Because there's a lot of things that are kind of up in the air, right? Because she really can't depend on anyone else to be that landing pad for her, right? There's still, oh man, there are some big question marks that remain. I think if CJ saw Denzel on the island, she would have mentioned it. So that is still something that is up in the air. That is still a bit of leverage that they have against Lang, presumably. RP is really fucking cool, isn't it? And of course, like, Eliza has these theories, right? Because I think more and more it's kind of becoming clear what Nest, what Faceless wanted Eliza to do, right? If Eliza didn't get lost in the sauce, if Eliza just kept her head down, didn't ask questions, and kept just doing what she does, she probably could, presumably, right, chat? This is such a fucking Hail Mary, like, Babe Ruth impersonator pointing out to the stands and fucking taking a huge swing. But I'm really starting to think that that is what the Epsilon building book was all about. But, knowing what she knows now, would Eliza do it? I don't think so, because, you know, I think on its surface, if we look at it in an incredibly shallow way, it'd be like, oh yeah, Eliza, you get to be the one that helps clean up after all of these bad things that happened. You get to be the face of, you know, you get to be the face of, you know, the Epsilon program that saves the day. This is the way that you can fully redeem the Epsilon program. The entire reason you moved to Los Santos. But there's a price to that, right? Anyways. Right, there's the price that comes with that, though. Like, if Eliza had to was the one to get on that stage, quotation marks, right? If the curtains are pulled and she's the one that gets to be like, yes, Epsilon program will help. All of this bad stuff is happening, we'll help you. Right, there's the cost to that, because that means that she was complicit with all of that stuff happening in the first place. It means that she is personally benefiting from the deaths of Halen Wild, of Barry, of Stewie, of Daniel, right? And even more. It means she would be personally benefiting from people's lives being ruined. Things that people cared about being destroyed. All for the purpose of her fulfilling her goal? That's pretty tough, isn't it? Yeah, and for ego, right? Would it be worth it? Now, could one look at this in a Machiavellian way and consider that it means that Eliza is positioned to be in a place of power once things kind of get messy, right? She could potentially be in a position to make her own decisions and protect her people and do XYZ. But that wouldn't be true, would it? That wouldn't be true at all. Because she would be beholden to the very people that gave her that gift in the first place. It wouldn't be true, it wouldn't be true freedom. It wouldn't be true power. Everything is a performance. And in a way, even if publicly it's like, oh yeah, you achieved what you were going for, Eliza would know deep down that it's all an act. And I think that's what Eliza's considering at this moment. Like, considering a path that she could have gone down if she didn't question things. Oh! Hassan! Pardon me? What? Oh no! Lush, no! I don't know, Hassan. Probably shouldn't be so brave putting that out there. That's unfortunate. Damn, Lush, that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate, Lush. That's real unfortunate. Well, yeah, I think if we try to talk to Hassan about Ian Crawford, that will not go well. Anyways. Oh no! You know what? That's an interesting question, Lizards. I think it gives her a bit more flexibility to see things from an objective side, right? Because it's like Eliza's just not someone that's gonna fight on the front lines, right? Like, it's not exactly something the character would do. She fights in different ways. Yeah, even metaphorically, I think it's just something that they're trying to... Eliza's just trying to find the best angle. Because we still have that question as to... Jesus, what the... Carmella. I just said half a thought and interrupted myself. Eliza's in a place where she's kind of considering options, because it kind of does feel like the Marshall's angle has dried up a little bit, but that doesn't mean something else won't present itself. And there is a part of Eliza where she really has enjoyed her time learning from the Marshalls and getting context. She still questions Brian Knight a little bit, but she certainly, she respects him quite a bit, but she's still, you know, as with anybody, cautious. Because she really doesn't know how tied in he is to everything, right? Because the way that he speaks frames things in a very intelligent and deliberate manner. At least, you know. With the many, like, he very much is someone that has a lot to say, right? We know that. He's an expert talker, right? I don't want to call him a yapper, because that just feels derogatory. But he speaks very eloquently, and he speaks eloquently in abundance. And a lot of the time, it seems like he's really good at framing things in a way to try to get information from people or communicate something specific to people. And Lizards in chat, that's a good question, right? I don't know, like, that's a big question as to why the Marshalls have been entertaining her, right? Because she did speak with Brian a little bit in that regard, where he believes that she may have a little more value to the Faceless than what meets the eye. Which is valid, right? Because it's something Eliza's been questioning. But the Marshalls have also been leaving Eliza very much to her own leisure. Which, you know, even to the point where Eliza straight up attempted to murder 2 people, and they were like, "Good job, girly." Like, on a blank slate, is there stuff that Eliza can do? Yeah, with a blank slate, a fuck ton, right? But there's a lot of extenuating circumstances that prevent Eliza from starting something new or doing something different, right? Eliza could go on a full-on fuck the Epsilon group crusade and try to take back what she believes is rightfully hers, right? As fucked up as that is. Dog? Hello? Ah. Oh, is it the one that, like, sits there? Oh goodness, Lizards. I don't know the answer to that. But her goal is to try to position herself in a way that she can protect herself and the people that she cares about. That's become the primary goal. And if she can find a way to curtail any faceless actions or behaviors. Huh. Keflom there, little buddy. Do you like pets? Who's a good boy? T! Girl, I'm not logging off yet. I'm not logging off yet. Yeah, honestly, lizards, I think it really is gonna be a wait, see, be patient. Because there's a lot of... I hope they keep going. I hope they don't take this to the phone. I hope they keep this on Twitter. All I can say is I trust in what the game masters are doing, what Captain everyone else is putting together and building, and I'm very intrigued to see where it goes. Even if there are let me get closer to the mic. Even if there are moments where it's like I don't know what the fuck to do, that's fun because sorry, I am so tickled by this. I'm so messy. I love drama like this. No, even if there are moments like right now, right? It kind of feels like Eliza's in a weird in-between spot. And I think that is where some of the most interesting improv can be found, right? Oh, also Eliza's got to talk to CJ and find out why AC's a rat. Drugs in the water? Yeah, y'all would know a lot about that. Yeah, I think Eliza needs to get more context about that. Paris Argo? More like Paris Agro. Oh, wait! It's because Gigi is his cousin. I forgot. I can't believe the stand wars on Twitter are getting so intense. entertainment for me. Let's be for real. Oh, 100%. 100% poker. I was talking a little earlier about how much I love how much of a shit talker Carmela is. And I love how she's getting to really, like, play up the character like that, too. I think that was, like, if not the one of my favorite parts of playing Chastity during the survival season that they competed on together. The cat fights that they would get into, that was so fucking fun. That was so funny. I love a moment where I get to play a character that's being a bit of an obnoxious piece of shit. And Carmela, or Carmen as a role player, was such a good sport with volleying with that. Because sometimes I know in improv, and especially in RP, you've got to be careful about who you bring that energy to. Because sometimes you don't know where someone's comfort level is playing that kind of stuff. And that's where, as a role player, you want to make sure that you're being thoughtful, right? Because you don't want to fuck up someone's vibe when you're kind of throwing too much emotion at them that they're not prepared to game with, as it were. But she was so on board. Ah, it's really fun. It's really fun. There are a lot of really cool fucking characters on there. I think, who is it? Was it Builder's character who played Clark the Sewer King? Might have been one of my favorites from that season. But that's the season that Marty Banks won. That one was a lot of fun. And then and then poor OTT getting rage baited during the end. Gosh, that was so fun. Ooh, that's a really good question. I actually don't know. I'm a little behind. Wait, did she? I actually don't know. I'd believe it if she did. Because I think it was season 4. Because we've had 2 characters that got to play. We had Chastity Marie, who made it to top 4. Right, top 4? Yeah, top 4. And that was for Survival 4. And then we had Marsha Rosewood, who was our dollar store Jennifer Coolidge, who, I'm trying to remember which Survival it was. It might have been 8 or 9, where she made it to the 3rd day and then... Wait. Oh. We good? I'll unmute this, that way if anyone calls us and it goes off. Wait, I want the twatter drama.
Hello there.
Interesting. Chad, I can't remember what I was yapping about, but I think... if that's not a helicopter sound... Oh, golly. Oh, yeah, I was talking about survival. I can't remember if it was... It might have been Tuesday that Marsha got kicked out, and then she was a part of the redemption thing on Wednesday. The way we played the character, we figured she was either going to get voted out early or make it to the end. So it was kind of funny to see. But we got to have fun with it and be melodramatic anyways. So with that said, chat, I believe okay, I think that's all I got for today, chat. We did all of the decompressing we can do. Hopefully Andy didn't get looped into the... Hell yeah. Chat, we're gonna call it here. Cause... Wait, that's kind of perfectly placed. I'm gonna find some cool... Yeah! Oop, not what I wanted to do. Hell, end of stream party? Hell yeah. Alright, let me find someone cool to send you all to. Because I'm fucking tired. Leave on a high note? Yeah. Thank you so much for sharing the good vibes today, chat. I really hope you've enjoyed the RP as much as I have. I know I've been a tired guy. But, super fucking fun stream. Excuse me. Apologies. I think we ought to send some love on over to... Oh, wait! LP commented while I was in the middle of the scene. But... Chat, let's go send a bunch of love to LP Learning Process, who plays Ben Silly Sai. He's one of our NoPixel OGs. But I really appreciate you all so very much, and thank you all for being chill as fucking chat. I know a lot of the stuff that we're talking about is something that a lot of you are really engaged in, and a storyline that you're really excited about, so I really want to express my appreciation for people, you know, being cool, not backseating, all of that. I really, really do appreciate that. But with that said, I'm starting to lose my voice. I should get some rest, so I have energy for tomorrow, and I don't start late. But I really do appreciate you all, and I will see you, lovely people, tomorrow.